And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports, especially if you're out in LA on this beautiful Sunday morning. Welcome in, friends, to Westwood One Sports and BetMGM Game Day. I am Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. And yes, there will be a lot of LA talk today. There's plenty going on in NFL training camps around the league. There's 29 other teams trying to figure out what they're going to do at the Major League Baseball trade deadline, now just 28 hours away. And we will talk about all of it. One head football coach in college football longs for the days of yesteryear. We'll let you hear that later in the show as well. We got a ton of folks jumping in at some point today to talk about all of those issues, deadline, NFL training camps, and everything else going on in the world. And yes, we will dive into Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers in just 1 second. But thank you for spending your Sunday with us, with you all the way up until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Thanks to the entire crew, because we had a whole show planned out late last night. And then you got to just tear it up, throw out the rundown, essentially, for the most part, when the biggest piece available on the MLB deadline market gets moved to what is already considered the best team in baseball. Good morning, Kate. How are you?
Chris,
How are things going with the whole sleeping through the night thing with the baby? I know we got a good report last week. Were you up with the baby analyzing the Skubal to Dodgers deal late last night in the middle of like a midnight feeding or something?
yeah, she's pissed about it, Chris. She's not pleased with
Welcome
with
to the gang.
what's going on in baseball right now. We're still only up once a night, which is just fine. We eat quick,
Awesome.
we go right back down, we don't fuss. And then I had to wake her at like 8:30 today to feed her prior to the show so I could get my stuff together. So she loves to sleep. She's a great baby. The house is still a work in progress. As you can see behind me, I kind of look like I'm in like blink twice if you're okay type of situation.
I want a proof of life at some point. Hold up like a copy of something with today's date on it so that we know this is
news.
really
I'll get the Chicago Tribune and throw that up. Yeah. So, things are still work in progress around here, but, it's kind of fun when, you get a trade late at night, like the Skubal one yesterday, and you get to tell a 3-month-old what's going on in Major League Baseball. And she just kind of looks at you and smiles and then thinks it's all great.
Yeah, and that's probably the way most people in LA feel today. They're just smiling. They think everything's great. I'm going to roll over, get another hour of sleep on a Sunday morning. Why not? We'll talk to some people out there that are plugged into the situation. Katie Wu, who covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, will join us in a few hours. Bill Shaken of the LA Times in about 90 minutes as well. To break it all down, and not just what it means for the Dodgers baseball-wise. Obviously, it's another all-star arm in a rotation that's littered with all-star arms, even if some of them aren't back in the rotation yet, like Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow. It allows them maybe to move Justin Wrobleski to the pen in October as he sort of reaches a new career innings limit or record for him, even though he's pitching well. It gives the Dodgers an embarrassment of riches. And we know the Dodgers' embarrassment of actual financial riches are what everybody is talking about this morning. And now the presumption is, well, the Dodgers got Skubal. The Dodgers are bound for and destined for a three-peat. And we can get to whether that's actually the case or not. I don't know if it necessarily guarantees them anything. It sure as hell helps. But the big question that I see everyone bouncing around in the last 12 hours since the trade happened, Kate, and I'm going to read a couple of experts just directly from Ken Rosenthal's column that he wrote late last night and updated again this morning for The Athletic, because I think he asks a question and then answers it later on in the column. So Ken wrote, Scooble to the Dodgers was not fait accompli, nor should it have been. Other contenders had big-time prospects to offer. Every team could afford the remaining $9.4 million on Scooble's contract. How is it that the Dodgers, again, were the ones to step up? How is it they so often pull off these kinds of moves, even when money is not the deciding factor? And a little farther down in the column, Ken answers his own question. The Dodgers can afford to take more chances, afford to guarantee, for example, a ridiculous $240 million to Kyle Tucker in free agency. The dirty little secret of a cap and floor system is that it would not guarantee small market teams success, and I think he's right. Many would need to develop more of a killer instinct, Ken writes, an instinct the Dodgers demonstrate time and again. And here's where I will push back on this narrative all day. And I'll try to do so in a friendly manner with both Bill Shaken at LA Times, who wrote a similar column this morning, and Katie Wu of The Athletic, who I'm sure will have a Dodgers-tinged perspective as well, even though she does great work covering things. The reason the Dodgers can offer more than the Brewers or the Rays in this case is because, A, exactly what Ken wrote there, they can afford the risk, right? They can hand out massive contracts to players, and if they don't work out, so what? We got $1 billion in TV revenue that stays right here in Southern California. But more importantly, the risk of the actual prospects going off and doing something else somewhere else. They can afford the risk more than anybody else. And that's why I will continue to argue for the cap and floor system, as we've been talking about for the last few months. And I imagine lots of people will be arguing for who knows how long, depending on whether the system actually gets implemented or not. The problem is not necessarily that the Dodgers have a stacked farm system. They do. It's that when they decide to deal these prospects, they know they can go out and pluck somebody else off the free agent tree next offseason if they need to fill a position, whereas the Brewers and the Rays and all of these other small market teams simply don't have the same cash available to them to do the same. So if they trade all their prospects, they're just out of luck. They're screwed because it stunts their development pipeline for how many years into the future. These smaller market teams that, yes, are contending this year, Kate, and it's great that they're contending, simply can't afford the risk of giving up that many prospects, even though these weren't especially high-end prospects.
So, Chris, I mean, that kind of begs the question of like, are we going to have a 2020 season? Because those owners from those small market teams, no, I mean, they know better than us of exactly what you just said and what's possible for them and how they're able to be competitive without the same type of cash that the Dodgers have, or even the depth within their own farm systems. So you have to imagine like this move is, it's great for the Dodgers. It's awesome for LA fans. It's going to be fun somewhat to watch, maybe, just in terms of the dominance. Like you have to appreciate really good pitching, and the Dodgers have all of it. But I can imagine there's also a lot of owners that are sitting there and are like, this cannot continue in baseball. Yeah. And we're not going to allow baseball to continue if this is how it's going to go. So a lot of what I've heard and seen is like, there goes 2027 season, or it's going to be a shortened season. The collective bargaining agreement, once that's expires and they're continuing to go negotiate, they've already started, but it's not going to go well for both sides coming to the table for an agreement anytime soon.
Yeah, Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale of USA Today writing this morning, nearly impossible to find an owner who doesn't believe next season will be shortened due to a prolonged work stoppage. Several owners, according to Bob, believe the entire season could be wiped out. I will say this, a long, hot summer without any baseball would suck. It would be terrible. Mm-hmm. But if it gets us to the point where we actually have a financial system that levels the playing field, I don't want to say I'm all for it, but do what you have to do. I think I made this comparison a few weeks ago. I can't remember if it was here on the show or who I was talking to, but, Gary Bettman in the NHL, God, it was over 20 years ago now, decided that he was willing to do whatever it would take to get the NHL back on a level playing field. And this is back in the early 2000s when the Red Wings were sort of the Dodgers equivalent in the NHL. They would go out and they would buy up the high-priced veterans and they would make the moves at the deadline. And it didn't always lead to cups, although it did several years in a row. But it always led to them being competitive, and teams with more money were just always going to be able to buy their way out of mistakes if you didn't level the financial playing field somewhat. Gary Bettman in the NHL gave up an entire season. And it's hard to argue that now 2 decades later, the NHL isn't in the best place financially it's ever been, and it continues to get better every year. The NFL has long had a salary cap, and they continue to grow by leaps and bounds to the extent that we rarely even think about contract values anymore. I mean, we talk about which quarterbacks are going to break the 50, 60, maybe $75 million mark per year on an average annual contract value, but we know teams can afford it because everyone's working within the same parameters. The NBA, yes, it's a convoluted cap, but when the Sixers wanted to go out and get LeBron James last week, LeBron had to decide that he was going to play for just $8 million, which for a player of his stature is a relative pittance because the Sixers had to fit it under the cap. And so when you level the playing field for everybody, you make it possible. It's very easy to look at it and say, okay, if everybody maxed out at, say, I don't know, let's throw a number out there, $270 million a year was the absolute upper limit of the MLB salary cap, then the Dodgers and the Rays and the Brewers may have looked at it in a completely different light, and the Dodgers certainly would have looked at it in a completely different light because they would have understood, hey, if this Scooble thing doesn't work out, we're going to be in a pinch because we don't have the same wiggle room under the cap to reinforce the roster with the usual offseason of high-priced free agent signings that we do every year.
Well, and Chris, like, how much of that is also you look at the NBA and the last couple champions. We haven't had a repeat champion since 2018, the Golden State Warriors. Like, that's part of the parity of it because of the cap. There's been more parity in the NHL, not quite as much as the NBA, but in terms of Stanley Cup champions over the last 5-10 years. And obviously the Chiefs had their little run, but the NFL, the same thing. Whereas here we are, the Dodgers, I mean, they have 40% chance of three-peating this year. 40% chance for any team is absolutely insane. So I think certainly a salary cap would have changed how this trade operated, if at all. But how much is it also needing a floor within Major League Baseball? Because you have a lot of small market teams as well that just choose not to spend. And so we talk about being, the competitive balance. You also need those teams to kind of pony up a little bit more and spend more money in order to shorten that gap between those teams at the top, even if there is a cap, and the ones that are consistently at the bottom and not doing a whole lot to even, it feels like they just don't even want a seat at the table. They're, over in the grass where everyone else is sitting at the picnic table, and they're just fine with that, which doesn't help the sport at all either.
Right. And that's just as important as the cap, in my opinion. Like, if you're watching the video stream right now, if you're watching the show on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight, as you can do every weekend, you see the Pirates helmet on the shelf behind me. I've grown up a long-suffering Pittsburgh Pirates fan because for years we've been told they simply can't spend the way the rest of Major League Baseball can. And maybe they can't spend the way the Mets or the Dodgers can, but they could certainly spend more. So the Pirates, the Marlins, the A's, all of these teams could spend more. I'll lump the Rays and the Brewers in there as well, even though the Brewers, I think, may have their highest payroll coming in this year that they've ever had. Point is, they can all spend more, absolutely. It's all about getting this thing on a more level playing ground for all 30 Major League Baseball teams. And the Dodgers simply have the financial resources, and they're not the only ones. I mentioned the Mets. The Mets went out and spent a ton of money this offseason. They're still the Mets. Clearly it doesn't always work when you go out and buy players in free agency. But if the system were to stay the same going into 2027 and beyond, guess what the Mets could do? They could buy their way out of all of those mistakes by simply going out and signing another fresh crop of free agents. And okay, they eat the Bo Bichette deal, or they eat this deal or that deal, and they have the money to do so. So again, it needs to be a system that gives teams the same set of parameters to work within, because otherwise teams like the Dodgers, the Mets, and whoever else can simply go out and spend whatever money they need to fortify their roster, both at the major league level and at the minor league level as well. So that's going to be a theme that we talk about throughout the day. But as for the baseball effect of this, the Dodgers drop all the way to plus 145 at BetMGM to win the World Series. As you mentioned, 40% chance now to win the World Series. They're minus money. They're juiced at BetMGM to win the National League. It's kind of just looked at as, yeah, it's the Dodgers thing to win. And Skubal is the perfect, I can't believe I'm calling Skubal a compliment, but he's the perfect complement to everything they're already doing, right? Like, the lineup hasn't been wildly consistent all year. They've had their ups and downs. We've talked about Mookie Betts' struggles at times during this season, but this is a team that can build their roster for 1 month out of the year, because they know they're going to show up in the playoffs, and this roster is about as perfectly built as one can be for October.
And part of the Dodgers getting Skubal, Chris, not only strengthening their own rotation, but essentially weakening anyone else's rotation that otherwise would have grabbed Skubal. So, I mean, as much as it's a great thing for the Dodgers to have him on their roster, it's an equally great thing for him to not be paired with Mizorowski on the Brewers, or going to the Rays or the Cubs or anything like that. Anyone that could be contending with LA. So those are also, I mean, factors. And then, I mean, look, it's hard to argue against the Dodgers winning the World Series again. But how cool would it be, just storylines for Major League Baseball, the sport as a whole, if like the Dodgers have one of the all-time best rosters and you get a small market team like the Brewers topping them or something like that? Like, what's the saying? Like, there's a reason you play the games, right? Like, anything can happen. So, like, just because the Dodgers have on paper the best roster doesn't mean they're automatically going to win. So, like, any of those other teams, if they're able to knock the Dodgers out, like, that's going to be one of the best stories that we remember in the sport in a really long time.
I think there's an interesting question about what baseball fans root for down the stretch, especially in October. Like, I would love, as a baseball fan, especially someone who's a fan of a small market team, I would love to see the Brewers and the Rays in the World Series. Mm-hmm. Like, that would be a great story, right? The two small market teams that missed out on Skubal meet in the World Series. But also, as a fan of a small market team, I kind of wouldn't mind the Dodgers just steamrolling their way through October and proving the point that we're all sitting here trying to make. Because I know full well, if the Brewers somehow get past the Dodgers in the National League, which I think is going to be harder than ever. We talked about Brandon Woodruff being out for who knows how long, at least the rest of this season. I don't want to say it's just Mizorowski in the rotation, because they've had other guys who've stepped up. But if the Brewers are able to upset the Dodgers in the postseason behind Jacob Mizorowski, that would be great. But part of me wants to see the Dodgers roll through October so we can all just kind of go, see, this is what we told you was going to happen, and add some weight to the CBA negotiations that we just got done talking about. So I understand your Cubbies are still in it. They're one of the 6 teams in baseball that have already won 60 games. They're going to be in the playoffs, even without winning the NL Central, because they're at the top of the wild card standings right now. My Pirates are borderline wild card team at best. We can talk about the move they made at some point in today's show yesterday to get a reclamation project for the back end of their bullpen that already stinks. But look, the Dodgers are built for October, and they're able to do that based on the fact that they don't have to worry about any of these moves failing. They just don't. So part of me kind of wants to see the Dodgers just go on a roll so that we can all look around come November, December, when this thing gets really contentious, and maybe into next spring, and say, Yeah, but look, this may be the exact perfect case for Major League Baseball to make going into these negotiations this offseason if the mighty Dodgers with all their money, were able to three-peat.
Yeah, I suppose you run the risk, if they're not able to, of change not happening for those that want change, that want a salary cap. Because if there is a small market team that upsets the Dodgers, then there's the argument for against having that. And okay, sure, the Dodgers did everything they could to put together the best roster possible and still didn't win. So like, the money doesn't actually matter. So that would be the counter to that. And for those that want it to change, and I'm one of them, like, you're probably right. And Dodgers steamrolling would be the best case for baseball long term.
In an hour, we will talk to Bill Shaken of the LA Times, who wrote a column this morning about how other teams could have done this. They could have given up better hauls of prospects, particularly the Brewers and maybe even the Rays, to land Tarik Skubal if they wanted to. What's the perspective this morning in LA about the Dodgers adding Tarik Skubal? Top of the hour, we'll talk a little bit about other teams that should be buying. But coming up next, we talked about NFL training camps being open. Injuries are starting to pile up, and a few ones that may be looked at as minor at this point in the year, but at a position where there's not a lot of depth in Kansas City, have us wondering, how are Chiefs fans feeling about this team after missing the playoffs last year? We'll talk to Bob Fesco of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City about those Chiefs and whether they feel good about them getting back into the playoffs and maybe winning the AFC West again, with Patrick Mahomes a full participant in training camp so far. That's next, right here on Westwood One Sports. Tarek Skubal is a Dodger. We will continue to react to it throughout the day here on Westwood One Sports. The good from the LA perspective, Bill Shaken of the LA Times is going to join us at 12:20 Eastern, 9:20 Pacific. Katie Wu of The Athletic later in the show as well. And the bad from seemingly every other one of the 29 additional fan bases around Major League Baseball. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Top of the hour, we will also talk about some other teams that should be seriously considering buying with the Major League Baseball trade deadline now just a little more than, I'm trying to do math in my head, 27 hours away. But training camps around the NFL open this week as well. And there are depth issues in some spots already with injuries. Some of them serious, some of them not so serious. We'll definitely talk Niners and Ricky Pearsall later in the show, but love to get a perspective on the team that everybody outside of Kansas City loves to hate, the Chiefs, with Bob Fesco. Check out Fesco and Dusty every morning on 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. Morning, Bob. How are you?
So I'm doing great, buddy. How are you? Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, same, man. Well, you know what? We'll talk Chiefs plenty here. I want to start you with this. You're in Kansas City. Royals, looked at as another one of these small market teams, right? I'm a Pirates fan. We've talked about this over the years. Even Kate, who is a Cubs fan, the Cubs aren't a small market team, but we all look at this and say, man, the Dodgers just have a better chance to go out and do what they want to do because of their financial abilities. So as another small market fan, before we dive into the Chiefs, your feelings on Skubal to the Dodgers and everything going on in baseball. Everybody's had a reaction in the last 12 hours.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, quite honestly, because this may be the final straw that actually breaks the system and gets people to understand that baseball is broken right now. And when I say it's broken, Chris, I think it's broken more so from the owners who refuse to spend than the owners that are spending. I never get mad at the Dodgers or the Yankees or teams like that. They're literally playing within the rules. It's the teams like, well, the ones that we've experienced at times, the old school Royals, the old school Pirates, you know, the Marlins, the teams that are not spending that money. And so if this ultimately gets us to where we need to go in Major League Baseball, and that's a floor and a cap, then I'm good with it, man, because it's time, and I think it's going to get ugly, and we're all going to sit there and watch millionaires and billionaires argue with each other for the next year probably, and it's going to get nasty in baseball, but it needs to get nasty in baseball because we need that floor more than we need a salary cap. That floor has to happen in baseball right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Cap and floor is necessary. Get ready for a lot of Savannah bananas next year, I imagine. Let's pivot to St. Joseph, Missouri, where the Chiefs are in training camp, Bob. And Cyrus Allen had an injury during practice yesterday. It was during a special teams drill. Xavier Worthy also left the field early at a position that was already, I think, a little thin. I mean, yes, you have Rashee Rice back, but who knows what that's going to look like. Travis Kelce getting older. Mahomes is back, and he's fully participating to this point, and I imagine Chiefs fans are excited about that, but is there a concern about the weapons he's going to have at his disposal?
Well, I think if you would have asked me a week ago, is there a concern about the weapons at wide receiver, I would say absolutely 100%. Then Cyrus Allen made a couple of nice catches in practice, and we've solved the position here in Kansas City, Chris. It is taken care of. We have solved the wide receiver position. Then he gets injured yesterday. And also Xavier Worthy gets injured yesterday, and now we're back to zero going, oh, my God, we have no weapons. And then we find out both of those guys are okay. So we're ready to go out and conquer the world yet again. But, look, I'm actually bullish on these wide receivers this year because they went out and hired Chad O'Shea, the wide receivers coach who has 17 years of experience in this league. And they got rid of a wide receiver coach, Connor Embry, who nobody knew who he was a year ago. But because the position was so bad, we found out who the assistant wide receiver coach was. And they set him to, go out of town. And so they replaced him with a veteran that's been around 17 years and has had some good wide receivers under his tutelage over that time. And so what the Chiefs have basically told us is they don't view that they have a talent deficiency at wide receiver. They had a coaching deficiency at that wide receiver position. So now you got Xavier Worthy, who's a first-round pick, Rashee Rice, who's a second-round pick, Cyrus Allen, who's his fifth-round pick this year that everybody's kind of fallen in love with. and you got Tyquan Thornton back and Jalen Royals as well, all, top, 4-round picks for the Chiefs over the last couple of years. And so you've got yourself a group of wide receivers that they expect with a new coach will be able to take it to that next level. And so the injuries were a little scary yesterday, obviously, because of a depth thing right now, but hopefully everything's going to be fine at that position and they'll be coached up and they'll be a lot better than they were a season ago. And that's a long-winded answer about the wide receivers.
Well, Bob, I got another question for you about the wide receivers. I read an article that Patrick Mahomes is really starting to trust Cyrus Allen. Obviously, he's played with Rashid Rice and Xavier Worthy the last couple seasons, but who's going to be the most trusted receiver kind of down the stretch for Kansas City, or the go-to guy when I guess you do have some decent names on that list?
Yeah, and that's a good question too, Kate, because I don't know when you're looking just at wide receiver position if that guy is out there right now. And if he's developing early chemistry with Cyrus Allen like we're hearing about, that's great. That has fans excited. That actually has me excited right now too, because we always ask that question. All right, you got 2 minutes to go. Who's going to be that go-to guy? Or in basketball, who's going to take that last shot? All that kind of stuff that we love to have fun with. And as long as 87's still out there on the field, I think he's the guy. I think he's going to be the go-to guy for the Chiefs. The tight end, obviously, Travis Kelce. And as long as he's playing and as long as he continues to make plays, that's a guy that Patrick Mahomes is always going to look to. But we've all talked about, all right, we need somebody else to emerge because probably after this year, Travis is going to go live his life and, do his off the field stuff and just absolutely crush it as a human being off the field. I can't wait to watch everything that him and Taylor do once he's done playing football, because I think it's going to be awesome. But, we're all hoping too that somebody emerges. I'd love it for it to be Rashee Rice. I'd love it for it to be Xavier Worthy, or maybe it is Cyrus Allen, but we've got to have somebody this year kind of emerge as that go-to guy as Travis gets ready to walk out the door.
Yeah, Bob, does Kelce Travis within the first couple days of camp, do his movements look significantly different, slower? I know some of his numbers and production have been, but there's also just kind of maybe it's a lazy or tired narrative of people just saying he's washed because of his age. Does his on the field movement so far back that up?
Well, the wash thing is so funny because we actually have a joke at work about it. Our afternoon show's been calling everybody washed for years, and so we kind of have this mockery about it. And Travis Kelce he's one of those players that you don't ever say he's washed, because he's not. He had an exceptional year last year. We remember the drops that he had, the one against the Eagles, the one against the Texans. People remember, plays like that kind of stand out. But I mean, the guy was close again to, pushing for 1,000 yards. He was the number one receiver last year. And also people think that he's washed because we had nothing else to look at on this offense last year. They were so predictable. Nobody ever looked at them serious when they were going to try to run the football. I mean, they were dropping 8, 9 guys back. Nobody, even cared that the Chiefs had a running back in the backfield at that point in time because they knew they weren't going to run the football. And so they were very hamstrung last year from an offensive standpoint. And so now that you got Ken Walker back there, I think that's going to help everybody in this offense look that much better.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Bob Fesco with us here on Westwood One Sports. Check out Fesco and Dusty every morning inside your Odyssey app, 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. How different will this offense look? It's still Andy Reid ultimately in charge of it, Bob. So will we see this offense lean into Kenneth Walker III more than they've leaned into the running game the past few years, just based on the fact that this may be the best running back they've had on the roster in the last several years?
Well, probably. I mean, other than Jamal Charles, it's probably the best running back. Not probably. It is the best running back that Andy Reid has had here in Kansas City. I mean, we're doing it with Damian Williams and Darrell Williams and, guys that you never heard of before. And now the running back has got such a resurgence in the NFL. You've got to have a legit running back. And so you go out and get Kenneth Walker. And, one of the reporters was kind of pressing Andy during the first press conference about running the ball. And Andy finally said, we're running it on every play this year. Okay. And so, tongue in cheek, he understands that they need to run the football. They just didn't have the horses last year. I mean, Isaiah Pacheco, God love him, had no field vision. He'd run into the back of every offensive lineman out there instead of bouncing it into the hole and having that field vision. And so, they had some questions there with having the right running back last year. And so I think they're going to have to, though, come out early and run the football and show the rest of the league that they are, going to make a concerted effort to run, because you've got to get them to respect that run. And once you start to get this, the opposition to respect that run and play up near the line of scrimmage, boom, go over the top for the deep ball. Boom, go over the top for Travis Kelce. And then that opens up the passing game. And then all of a sudden, you've got a multi-dimensional offense that they really haven't had over the last 2 years. And now you've got, teams preparing for the run and the pass. And for the last, year and a half or so, teams were just preparing for the pass against the Chiefs because they knew they weren't going to run it. And so now you've got a multi-dimensional offense, which I think is going to help them out in so many different ways.
Bob, I mean, this is somewhat uncharted territory for the Chiefs coming off a 6-11 record. I mean, every other season Mahomes has been there. It's been double-digit wins. Do they approach the season any different this year because of how poor last year went?
I don't think they've approached it any different. They just know what their mistakes were, and they've gone out there and rectified those mistakes. And that's something that they've been so good with since Andy Reid has taken over. There's been 2 other times that the entire fan base has looked at something and said, this has got to change. And they went out there and they actually did it. It was after they lost to the New England Patriots in the first AFC Championship game. Everybody said get rid of the defensive coordinator. They fired Bob Sutton, brought in Steve Spagnuolo, household changes on the defense, and boom, they were off and running. The last time we saw them losing the Super Bowl before this, the offensive line was in shambles. They went out, they spent money, they fixed the offensive line, more Super Bowls, and they traded Tyreek Hill also at that point in time. And this year it was all about the running game. So they went out and they signed obviously Kenneth Walker. They went out and drafted Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska, who I'm very excited about. They signed DeMarcado away from the Arizona Cardinals. So they put a lot of resources into that running game. And so because of that, I expect that to be a very functional part of this offense this year.
One more before we let you run, Bob, and it's about the other side of the ball, which we haven't touched on yet. The first 4 picks in the draft by Kansas City were all spent on the defensive side of the ball. Mansour Delane in the secondary, as well as Jaden Kennedy. But just as importantly, R. Mason Thomas and Peter Woods up front, who were both getting some starter reps in 11-on-11 drills. How does that affect this defense? Can these guys all have an impact right out of the gate?
Yeah, I think they're going to have that kind of impact right out of the gate, right? Because they didn't have anything last year along the defensive line. I think it was probably by the time the Thanksgiving game rolled around against the Cowboys, and you could just see how far behind the Chiefs were from a defensive line standpoint. They were not athletic. They were not quick. You look at the Houston Texans defensive line. You look at Denver's defensive line. You look, obviously, what the Dallas Cowboys had down there. They've had some athletic players on their defensive line. Chiefs didn't really have anything like that. So they went out and drafted, R. Mason Thomas in the second round, which has got me really excited. I can see many sacks from this guy screaming around the edge on 3rd and long at loud Arrowhead Stadium, knocks the ball loose, somebody scoops and scores. Like, that's the kind of plays that this team hasn't had on defense in quite some time. Peter Woods is their other first-round draft pick. He's going to look nice next to Chris Jones on the interior. And they still have Ashton Gelati and Omar Norman-Lott from last year's draft that were 2nd and 3rd round draft picks. So now they finally got some youth along that defensive line, some athleticism along that defensive line. And I think that could be a big game changer for this team.
Bob, thanks so much for the time, man. We really appreciate it this morning, and we'll catch up with you hopefully at another time when we're talking about the cap and floor system actually being a thing in baseball.
You got it. Anytime, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Bob.
Absolutely. Bob Fesco. Check out Fesco and Dusty every morning, 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City, inside your Odyssey app. Yeah, I think one of the things that's been missed, we talked so much about Kansas City's offense, Kate, because, well, it's the Chiefs' offense, and it's Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice and Kenneth Walker. But they really have done some work over the last couple of years trying to remake that defensive front as Chris Jones starts to age out. And to spend 2 of their first 4 picks in the draft on defensive linemen, I would, like Bob said there, I think expect those guys to have some sort of impact early on.
Yeah, I mean, those Chiefs teams that won the Super Bowl, Chris, like, yeah, you're right. The offense gets a lot of the glory, but those defenses were really good on those teams too. And when you have Steve Spagnuolo as your defensive coordinator, obviously you feel like you're in good hands there. So adding young talent through the draft, I mean, obviously one way to build up that defense, we'll just kind of have to see how it all comes together throughout the rest of training camp and then early on in the season.
Less than 40 minutes from now, Bill Shaken of the LA Times to talk Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. What's the reaction in Southern California? Got to imagine a lot of Dodgers fans woke up happy this morning or went to bed happy last night and are still happy this morning. Coming up top of the hour, some of those borderline teams, because there are a lot of teams in that mushy middle, right around the wild card cut line. Which ones should be most adamant on buying with the deadline now just a little bit more than 24 hours away? But coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day, this is why baseball's still fun, because sometimes silly things happen, and they're even more fun to listen to at the minor league level. We'll let you hear one for yourself next, right here on Westwood One Sports. Top of the hour. So in a little more than 10 minutes from now, we'll get into a discussion about some other teams that definitely have to add before tomorrow's MLB trade deadline. Is obviously the news of the day is Tarek Skubal being traded by the Tigers to the Dodgers. We'll talk to Bill Shaken of the LA Times in about 30 minutes as well. Katie Wu of The Athletic for another LA perspective on all of this. I'm sure people in LA are very happy. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. There are still reasons to be happy about baseball if you're outside of LA and not a Dodgers fan. And that includes some waiting for you inside the BetMGM app, the sound of the bat hitting the baseball, and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day, and they're free to play game inside the BetMGM app. You get a hit, you score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or homer. Game exclusively available inside that BetMGM app. You're the batter. Select an area of the strike zone. You get a hit, you win a prize. Could be a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, parlay boost token, or even a same-game parlay boost token. It's all waiting for you exclusively inside your BetMGM app. Also, minor league baseball can still be fun. As Eric Bremer, the play-by-play announcer, Kate, for the AA Marlins affiliate, the Pensacola Blue Wahoos, showed us yesterday as he's calling an at-bat by Brandon Compton from Pensacola. Listen to this.
I was thinking about this guy when there's a high fly ball. Please don't hit my truck. Way back there, and it's gone.
It did not hit Eric's truck, luckily. Brandon Compton has been on a roll for the Pensacola Blue Wahoos. Those of you who are Marlins fans, I'm sure are interested in that. I'm more interested in the fact that minor league baseball is still fun, Kate. You have an announcer worrying about his truck as an absolute missile is going over the right field wall.
I mean, Chris, hasn't that been like all of us mean, you probably for when your kids are playing, your daughter plays softball, right? Me back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
I remember my brother's team playing, and once they were strong enough to actually hit home runs, like every parent just parked out by the outfield is like so scared for their car to get smashed in. And I remember that happening a couple times to someone on the team. But I mean, yeah, that's like every fan, right? Just kind of worried. And I like that they can have some fun with it. That's what major or minor league baseball, like, yeah, it's important, but you can also have some fun. You can be a little loose in the booth.
It was one of the first things and one of the most important things I would assess all the time in driving my daughter to softball tournaments was, where am I going to park? Like, there's a field over here. There's a field over here. I don't have to worry about home runs so much as I got to worry about foul balls and assessing where the parking was and trying to figure out, okay, I don't want to be too far because you got to run back to the car in between games probably, but I don't want to be too close because the last thing I need is a softball lodged in my windshield for the drive home.
That reminds me of like my hometown's, little league ballpark. And there was always one area of the parking lot that was always filled up right away because it was not too far to walk in between games. You're right. They weren't going to hit it. The kids weren't going to hit it that far. Foul balls weren't going to hit it. So like that area of the parking lot always filled up first. And then if you were late to a game or practice, Chris, you were kind of screwed because you were the one parking right next to the fence. You better have driven your less new car. If you had, a newer car, that one stays home. You drive the old beater down to the ballpark. Those were the good old days.
Well, we're going to have to find baseball shenanigans and just baseball in general one way or another next summer, it feels like. So whether it's goofy minor league teams, I don't know if they'll play or not next year, or I jokingly mentioned it earlier, like the Savannah Bananas may have their biggest summer ever next year if there's no Major League Baseball.
I mean, the Savannah Bananas, Chris, they were just in Chicago here. Big crowds out at Wrigley Field. Ticket prices were insane on the resale market. If that is the only baseball we have to watch next year, it's going to get crazy. And I guess you're either going to love it or you're going to be so sick of the Savannah Bananas by the end of the season.
I think there's actually a good question in here about like the impact of the Bananas on baseball as it's played at the major league level. Like if they're the only show in town next summer. Now, look, I don't think it's going to change Major League Baseball to the extent where like dudes are getting, extra points for trick catches and all that
Doing
kind of stuff.
backflips.
But I mean, it is going to affect the way kids watch the game, I think. Like, if we would have had the Savannah Bananas in 1994 when the strike ended the season at the All-Star break, might have changed our childhoods completely. Might have changed the way a lot of people looked at baseball. We'll talk to Bill Shaken about how they're looking at it out in L.A. And next, other teams that need to be adding here on Westwood One Sports. Tarek Skubal is a Dodger. That the breaking news last night. And now baseball fans around the country wondering what it means, not just for the rest of this season and their teams, not just what it means for the postseason and those teams that are hopeful to be involved in October, but what it means for the future of the game, as it would seem to add another level of evidence to some people's arguments that it's an unbalanced playing field in Major League Baseball. We'll talk about all the impacts with Bill Shaken of the LA Times in exactly 20 minutes and continue to break it down throughout the afternoon with you until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. A little bit later, we will draft our favorite NFL rookies and maybe talk about them not just in the context of how much success or impact we expect they have, but why they are going to have that impact. Also, what do some of these other contenders now, because of the Skubal trade, need to add before tomorrow's 3 Eastern Major League Baseball trade deadline? Obviously, the Brewers, the Rays, who were both in on Skubal but didn't offer enough, the Braves, the Yankees, the Cubs, all amongst those teams that seem destined for October. And then, Kate, you've got what I've called this big sort of mushy middle, for lack of a better way to put it. You've got 13 teams. So nearly half of Major League Baseball, 13 teams within 3 games either direction of the wild card cut line in both the AL and the NL. I'll run down the list. The White Sox, the Astros, the Twins, the Guardians, the Rangers, the Orioles, the Mariners, the Tigers, even though they've decided what they're doing, the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Padres, the Marlins, the Pirates. You could even lump in the Nationals, I guess, if you wanted to, 3.5 back of the final wild card spot. Some of these borderline teams are in a spot where, yeah, they'd like to add, but what exactly are they adding for if they're just adding to get into the playoffs and not necessarily looking like they're setting up to have a deep run? So as we try to identify what teams have to be in before 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, who's the first team that jumps out at you and you go, no, you guys have to do something, even if it's just to get a wild card spot?
Chris, I've been laughing to myself when you've been talking. You use the phrase mushy middle. And I just thought,
yeah,
that's exactly how I feel 3 months postpartum. Just kind of a mushy middle right now. My belly. That's all I could think about as you were saying all that. I'm like, that's kind of perfect. Just mushy middle.
You're going to snap back into shape, Kate. It's going to happen.
We're hitting the gym. We're working on it.
You're going to be good.
We're working on it. But in terms of baseball's mushy middle, I'm going to go and maybe, I mean, do the White Sox count as mushy middle?
Yeah.
I know they're leading their division, but like, I like that they acquired Luis Castillo yesterday from the Mariners. I like it for the first overall reason is just that the White Sox are doing something. Like this is kind of new territory in terms of them having this type of success and actually like a move at the deadline. I know Castillo's had a terrible year overall. I mean, his ERA has been awful, but over his last 10 starts, I mean, that goes back to about May 25th. He is 3.88, kind of in line with the pitcher he's been for most of his career. And then it's a buy low option and you have some upside there. So I like that for the White Sox. Castillo has postseason experience. He's had a track record of success in the past. So while he's older, it's not his best season. I just kind of like that the White Sox are in a position to have to want to make a move to try and strengthen their rotation. So they're a team that certainly I think needed to make a move and of course did. And we'll see if they make anything else before tomorrow.
Yeah, the White Sox are in an interesting position where they're kind of ahead of schedule, right? Mm-hmm. So nobody expected them to contend for the division this year, but it's the AL Central, and it's kind of like the NFC South to an extent. Like somebody's got to win the division, right? And they've got a 3-game lead on the Twins and the Guardians right now, but both of those teams are also, all 3 of those teams, if they don't win the division, are also right there in the wild card conversation, and the Twins have reinserted themselves into that over the last couple of weeks. The Guardians have been a part of the conversation all year, but clearly need to find more bats. I kind of looked at the White Sox as a team that I thought would stand pat. And maybe some people look at the move for Castillo and say, oh, okay, well, it's not quite what a move for Luis Castillo would have been a couple of years ago, even last year. But I look at it as saying, okay, we're going to try and take advantage of being ahead of schedule. I didn't have them as being one of those teams. I thought they would stand pat. And now they didn't have to give up a lot in the Castillo deal. So maybe they looked at it and said, hey, if we're not raiding the farm system, we're not emptying the cupboard, so to speak, we can afford to make this move. Because I think that's one of the things some of these teams in that mushy middle have to think about is, are we willing to give away, it's very similar to the conversation we had earlier about the Brewers and the Rays and their willingness to give up prospects, high-end prospects, for Tarek Skubal, or at least better prospects than the Dodgers gave up. Are you willing to give up some of your future development pipeline if you're ahead of schedule or unexpectedly in the race, like maybe the Twins are, or, if you're the Marlins or the Nationals, probably consider yourself a little ahead of your development curve. Are you willing to give up some of those prospects that maybe you look at as reinforcements for an actual run in a year or two to simply get in and maybe get eliminated in the wild card round this year?
Well, that's the thing is I almost feel like it would be more realistic or a better idea for some of those teams that are ahead of schedule to do that versus teams that like with the Dodgers being as good as they are now with Skubal, like, is that going to scare teams away from just rentals and to think why would I give up one of our top prospects, or why would I give up this player for a rental when we're probably going to lose to the Dodgers anyway? Like, do people, I know this is professional sports and organizations do not approach things in that manner, and players don't approach things just in terms of, well, the Dodgers are good, we're going to give up. Like, I fully recognize that that's not the case, but also when front offices are making personnel decisions and you don't want to give up a top prospect, if you feel like if you feel like your ceiling is just making it to the wild card or the divisional round and you're not going much past that. Whereas some of these teams like the Twins, like, they could get someone who they have team control over for the next X amount of years versus just the rental. And maybe that's the reason for their approach to the deadline.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a great point. Not all of these teams, most of these teams and their fan bases, I don't want to say are starved or thirsty for a postseason appearance above all else, but they'd be happy just showing up in October, just arriving. I think the more interesting teams in this, again, mushy middle that I've called it, are the teams that have been to the playoffs several times in the last few years, that do feel like they should be in October. Like I look at the Phillies, I look at the Padres. I look at those teams like them and I say, okay, even though it might only get you a wild card spot, you still need to add because your fan bases are used to being in the conversation come October. And I think to not add would, I don't want to say wave the white flag, because you still probably, there's a good chance, for example, if you're the Phillies, you still end up in a wild card spot. But I don't know what it's going to mean once you get there. As the Phillies are currently constructed, and again, I'll continue to use them as an example here, as the Phillies are currently constructed, are they built to go up against the Dodgers and the Brewers in a 5 or 7 game series? I don't know if they are. And are Phillies fans going to be okay going into October as a wild card without making the kind of move that at least gets them a little bit closer to the higher ups in the National League?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we stick on the Phillies, you need relievers, right? You need the someone to come in late in games. You need another outfielder maybe, and then I mean, who doesn't want to always add solid starting pitching? So I think the Phillies have quite a few holes that they could fill, and there are options out there for them. So I certainly think they could be a team that we see make a move, and maybe even your Pirates, Chris. I know the postseason hasn't been in their rear view mirror last couple seasons, but they're someone who's kind of right in that mix, and you add someone to the bullpen to kind of help your bullpen that's been brutal, really.
Yeah.
I mean, that could go a long ways even for the fan base.
Yeah, and they traded for Camilo Doval yesterday, who's been a disaster for the Yankees. Some interesting splits. Like, he's been much better away from Yankee Stadium than he has been in the Bronx. I've seen fans out there throw out the idea that maybe he just can't handle the pressure after melting down the way he did in San Francisco as their closer a couple years ago. So if you're the Pirates, and I'll speak on the Pirates just because, again, as a fan of the team, they're incredibly frustrating. Not only have you blown at least half a dozen leads, if not more, late in games. They've lost via walk-off 6 times this year, including Friday night in Cincinnati. Not only are you worried about the back end of your bullpen, you've now got Ryan O'Hearn out for 6 to 8 weeks. He's been an important part of their lineup. And you've also got this weird mystery about where Paul Skeens has gone. He got rocked again the other night. And if you look, the velocity has been just nosediving as far as he used to regularly hit triple digits, and he's gone entire starts multiple times this year without hitting triple digits. And so they're in an interesting spot where they've got to consider how much, again, like a lot of these teams, and the Pirates, I get it. You've got Paul Skeens. You need to capitalize on that. Another young starter in Braxton Ashcraft, who may be up against an innings limit late in the year since it's his rookie year. But they've got to decide, how much are we willing to give up just to get into the wild card round? Is that enough for our fans and for what we want to accomplish, knowing that, hey, it may be just as much about, like I said, about the White Sox and a few other teams. It may be just as much about next year or the year after that. Are we willing to give up some of those prospects that we think are a part of future contenders just to get into a wild card spot right now?
As a fan of the team, Chris, like, can you answer that question? Would you be okay with that? Or would, if they do give up some of their prospects, are you kind of going to be like, okay, well, there goes maybe the next couple seasons? Like, we were starting to build something and now it's stalled.
I think, as speaking purely as a fan, they have to add more than just Doval. Doval's more of what they have in the bullpen. A guy who might be excellent 1 or 2 out of every 10 appearances, but the other 8 or 9, you end up sweating bullets because you don't know what the hell's going to happen. They don't need more of that in their bullpen. They need more consistency and solid arms at the back end of the bullpen. So I'd love to see them add that, even if it means you just get into the wild card round. I think that would be enough for some Pirates fans, a lot of Pirates fans. And again, I would talk about maybe the Marlins in the same way, if it didn't feel like they were so far ahead of schedule, or even the Nationals, even though they're 3.5 back now and a couple of games under 500. Are you willing to make that, to spend that prospect capital to get yourself into a wild card and then cross your fingers and knock on wood and hope things go right from there? I think the Pirates are in a weirdly unique spot too, Kate, where if they were to get to a wild card round, they would have Paul Skeens, who knows what he looks like at that point. They'd have Jared Jones. They'd have Braxton Ashcraft, another all-star, maybe even Mitch Keller. It would feel like they would have the starting horses to maybe hang with another team like the Cubs or the Braves in a wild card series and maybe shock some people. But they've got to make those kind of really hard decisions over the next 24 hours. If somebody asks for one of the top 5 prospects in your system, are you going to give it up for a piece that may not be around next year and may only help you get 3 games deep into the postseason? Right.
I mean, I would almost say keep the prospects, right? If that's what if you maybe only get to a wild card, something like that, divisional round. I don't know. That is a tough question. And I mean, that's why the trade deadline is so hard for teams. The Toronto Blue Jays seem to be, that was a team on our list, Chris, of like the mushy middle. But I mean, they look like
so
they're
far
going to
out
be
of it now.
sellers now. Yeah, right? Like, and I mean, there's still enough left in the season where a lot of these standings could change drastically, especially after what the Red Sox did. Like, that kind of gives some of these other teams hope of, if you can get hot, you could climb that a little bit. Maybe that's not a realistic way to be looking at this type of stuff, though.
I think the Blue Jays are another team in a unique position where they've got so many guys on expiring contracts, whether it's Kevin Gausman, whether it's George Springer. They've got a large part of their roster coming up on the end of their contracts. And if you can trade those veterans now and reinforce your team for, like I said, next year and beyond, when you're 7 games under 500, I know you're only 3.5 back in the wild card, but 7 games under 500, I think you have to consider that, even if you were only 2 outs away from a World Series title last year. And I know that's a hard pill to swallow for fans, but when you're in one of those weird take a step backward, 2 steps backward seasons so we can take another step or 2 forward, I think you have to consider that. A lot of these teams are dealing with the same sort of question that we posed earlier about the Brewers and the Rays in relation to acquiring Tarek Skubal. Are they willing to part with prospects to get the player that they think can put them over the hump and change everything? The Dodgers did it. We can talk about the reasons they were able to do it, what it does for the Dodgers now going forward. Just an absolutely stacked starting rotation before they even get Snell and Glasnow back, and how people feel about it in Southern California as Tarek Skubal is traded by the Tigers to the Dodgers. Bill Shaken of the LA Times is going to join us to talk about all of it coming up next here on Westwood One Sports. And it is a good day in Southern California if you're a Dodgers fan. The other 29 fan bases around Major League Baseball are not happy about it, but the Dodgers have landed Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. Happened last night. We're talking about it all day here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 25 minutes from now, what is going on in Tampa with the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield and Vita Vea? And top of the hour, we'll go back in time a little bit. We'll power rank, Kate and I, some of the best trade deadline deals of all time. Katie Wu of The Athletic will join us later in the show for another LA perspective, but why not go to one of the legends who's been covering the Dodgers for a long time for the LA Times. Bill Shakin joins us here on Westwood One Sports. Good morning, Bill. How are you, and how happy are Dodgers fans this morning?
I'm doing well this morning, thank you, and I would imagine Dodger fans are probably doing pretty well too.
Bill, with Skubal coming over there, I mean, is this going back in MLB history? Like, is this the best starting rotation you have ever seen?
I don't know about ever. I probably want to take some time to look at. I mean, the Dodgers were running Sandy Koufax and Don Drysdale out in the World Series a long time ago, and that was when men were men and guys pitched on 2 days rest. So all I can say is I think the Dodgers will certainly have the best postseason rotation of anyone this year.
Yeah, what's that end up looking like, Bill? Because, obviously Justin Wrobleski has been a revelation this year. You've got Yamamoto, Sasaki, Emmett Sheehan. You're going to have Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow presumably back in the fold by the time October rolls around. So what does the complexion of not just the rotation but this staff as a whole look like as they get prepared for October?
I'm not sure that the Dodgers even know. Yamamoto is their only healthy starting pitcher among their top four at the moment. Blake Snell should be back this coming week. Tyler Glasnow is starting to work on getting back. They both haven't pitched in months. And now Shohei Ohtani has gone a month without pitching, and we don't know when he's going to pitch again. So can you count on all three of those guys coming back healthy and effective? Maybe, but what Skubal does there, and I know this will seem like ridiculous overkill to everybody else in baseball, it gives them a second pitcher they can count on if one of those other three guys can't make it. And, of course, they're not going to just use Skubal as insurance, so it gives them certainly – I mean, depth is understating it, but it gives them options, many, many very good options.
Bill, with the Dodgers, being as stacked as they are, and this Skubal move, how upset is the rest of the league? I know you wrote a column that it's not necessarily the Dodgers' fault for this. Other teams had the opportunity to go after them, but it feels like this is going to be a breaking point among owners and just other teams kind of being upset at what the Dodgers are able to do.
It's not a breaking point. I understand there's fan frustration certainly elsewhere, but that's the same thing we heard when the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker last winter. Oh, this is what's going to be the cause of the lockout. There was going to be a lockout anyway. The owners are always wanting to go for a salary cap. That's been the plan for more than a year. If the Dodgers and their spending can get fans rallied behind the owners and their bid for a salary cap, I think the other owners in Major League Baseball would be just fine with that.
What do you think the plan or the perspective is from big market teams who are able to spend more, like the Dodgers? The Mets have been the polar opposite of that, not in how they spend, but in how they've performed on the field this year. But other big market clubs who do not want to have to deal with the salary cap, how do they get perceived by the rest of the owners in this league, especially the ones who look at the Dodgers and the Mets or the Yankees or whoever who spend more money as villains. And do you think any sort of fracture maybe in the owners' ranks does either lead to this playing out longer than fans want it to, or lead to the players maybe getting out of this without the salary cap that they so much want to avoid?
I don't think we have any way to know that, and we probably won't till everybody's staring down the barrel of games possibly getting canceled next season. The owners are all unified right now. It's easy to be unified right now. Nobody's losing any money or any games. But when it comes down to the owners losing all the revenue from the tickets they're not going to sell and from the television contracts that they won't get money from because there's no games to air, the players are going to wonder, are the owners going to blink? And if you flip that around, the owners are going to say, okay, it's easy for the players to say, never, ever, ever a salary cap. But when spring rolls around and players aren't getting paid, are they going to stay unified or are they going to break? And that's really the telling point, how those two things play out.
How would you evaluate what the Tigers got back in this trade, the 3 prospects that the Dodgers sent over?
Well, if this is the best offer the Tigers got, and I think we have to assume it is because why else would the Tigers have taken it, then we're looking at a couple things. One is that teams continue to hold on to prospects and oftentimes overrate them. Baseball America did a study they published last week. For every 3 prospects that are traded at the deadline, 2 of them never really amount to anything. So the Tigers are hoping that one of these 3 players will amount to something good, and there's probably a pretty good chance of that. But that's what the track record shows. And I think it's unfortunate for so many teams that are trying to get in the playoffs and dethrone the Dodgers that they couldn't put together a bigger package. And I know, because I've heard from a lot of these fans already, that, well, we could never do that because the Dodgers know that they're going to have a pretty good chance to re-sign Tarek Skubal, and teams in smaller markets may not be able to afford that. Well, that's okay, but why do we play the game? We play the game to win the World Series. And if you're just constantly holding on to prospects and less expensive players, that's okay. But guess what the owners keep telling us? You can't win a World Series doing that. So let's try to win the World Series.
Bill Shakin of the LA Times covers the Dodgers. He's with us here on Westwood One Sports, talking about Tarek Skubal being traded to LA. And to look at the complexion of those other teams in the National League, the Brewers for several years now, Bill, have been trying to get over the hump and past the Dodgers. And they were also involved, presumably, it's being reported by some, in the Skubal sweepstakes, but with a very deep farm system, weren't willing to give up any of those prospects that you were just talking about. Do the Brewers still, as they're currently constructed, maybe even the Braves, maybe even the Phillies, do any of these other teams in the National League, how do they beat the Dodgers, I guess, is the question.
I hate to resort to cliche, but in a short series, anything can happen. That's their hope. You know, the Dodgers last year, oh my God, 2nd consecutive World Series. Well, you can go rewatch Game 7 of the World Series and count any number of times where one thing went the Dodgers' way and not Toronto's way. Otherwise, the Blue Jays win. You know, if you go back to 22 and 23, the Dodgers didn't make it out of their first playoff series. They lost to teams that they beat by 13 games and by 16 games during the regular season in San Diego and in Arizona. And, you know, in 24, Padres almost knocked them out again. All they had to do was beat the Dodgers in a bullpen game. The Dodgers were forced to run because they had run out of pitchers, and the Padres got shut out. So you look for things like that in a short series. But as you mentioned, you know, if you're going to go into the playoffs and, I don't know, Shohei Ohtani is your number 4 starter, like that's a pretty tall order for any team to beat.
So of those teams, which would you give the best chance of potentially shortening the series with the Dodgers and being able to top them?
Ask me Monday night after the trade deadline. But I think the Cubs can be sneaky good if they can get some pitching. Brewers clearly can make some magic happen. And in a low-scoring game, which is what you expect in the playoffs, you don't have to outslug. Now, last year, the Dodgers were able to outslug. Shohei had 3 home runs in the clinchy game himself against the Brewers. So, again, no guarantees. But, yeah, if you can keep it to a low-scoring game on your side, then, you're looking at a 1-1 or 2-1 game where you could play some small ball or maybe one swing makes a difference. But, if you look up and down the depth of the Dodgers lineup, again, that's going to be a big challenge for other teams as well.
Bill Shaken of the LA Times covers the Dodgers. He's with us here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. We've talked about the perspective of owners. We've talked about the perspective of fans. The one perspective I think I might be most curious on here, Bill, is the perspective of the guys in the Dodgers clubhouse. At the very beginning of your column this morning in the LA Times, you wrote a great piece. It said the Dodgers play a video before each home game, which includes words from a sinister-sounding voice, quote, "You need teams like us to point your finger and say, that's the bad guy." Is there – so can this be the sort of anti-Dodger sentiment around baseball now? Can it serve as a bit of a motivational rallying cry or point for the guys within that clubhouse?
Now, they've been doing that for a couple of years now. At the Dodgers preseason fan festival before last year, before the 25 season, Mookie Betts said basically playing us is going to be like the World Series for every other team. He was right. Everybody wants to come out and beat the Dodgers, and, we saw who won the World Series. So I don't think this really changes anything. I think if you're in the Dodger clubhouse, what you know is what you hear from so many other players this time of year. We hope our front office can do something to help us out, to give us a better chance. And when you play for the Dodgers, you don't have to have that as a hope. Whether it's spending in the offseason or making a trade in the middle of the season, the Dodgers are going to do whatever they can to win. Not a bad feeling to have.
Bill, great stuff. Thank you so much for the time this morning. We appreciate it, and we'll continue to enjoy your coverage in the LA Times of the Dodgers. Thanks again.
All right, take care.
Bill Shaken of the LA Times. Great column this morning on Tarek Skubal being added to the Dodgers, the trade that went down last night, Kate. And I get what Bill is saying. I think it's an important counterpoint to the argument people like myself have made about, well, you didn't want to give up your prospects. Milwaukee, Tampa, whoever else might not be willing to give up the prospects that so many teams clutch so closely to. But not every single one of these guys is going to be a productive MLB player. And if you've got a shot now, right now, with the trade deadline a little more than 24 hours away, if you consider your team a postseason contender, why not take the swing and give up the prospects and try to win right now, which the Dodgers, we have to assume, offered the best return package for Skubal to the Tigers. We have to assume that's what the Dodgers decided to do.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear him say that only 1 in 3 prospects really pans out in like a big time manner. So I wonder if there were any, like, did the Brewers offer prospects and the Tigers preferred the prospects that the Dodgers had? Because, the Dodgers number 5 or number 25th prospect is probably the best one in the Tigers organization type of a deal. So I guess maybe the level of prospect might have mattered. Who knows? But he's not wrong. Like if the Brewers think that they can win now and 1 in 3 of your prospects is going to pan out, you should feel okay parting with some of them to go get a player like Skubal. So it's not, everyone's mad at the Dodgers, but he's not wrong in saying like other teams certainly could have gone and done this themselves.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the perspective is in Wisconsin today, knowing that they do have a stacked farm system, the Brewers, one of the best systems in baseball, and that they weren't willing to part with some of those prospects, given that the Dodgers didn't have to give up a ton to get Scooble. We'll continue to talk about it throughout the day here on Westwood One Sports. Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers, will join us a little bit later. Top of the hour, we will power rank, Kate and I, the best trade deadline deals in baseball of all time. Take a little trip back into time for that one. But coming up next, disrespect and disappointment for Baker Mayfield. Plus, Vita Vea wants out. Did the Tampa Bay Bucks have any idea what they're doing? That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Disrespect and disappointment. We'll let you hear the words for yourself straight from Baker Mayfield's mouth in just a second and try to figure out if the Tampa Bay Bucks have any idea what they're doing. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day with you until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Breaking down the Tarek Skubal deal to the Dodgers, what it means for the rest of the contenders around Major League Baseball and everyone at the deadline, plus going into the offseason with what should be some very contentious CBA negotiations, and we presume a lockout looming this winter. Plenty going on around NFL training camps. Aside from the Baker Mayfield news, which NFL teams have the best non-quarterback rosters? We focus a lot on the QBs, obviously. Coming up in about 35 minutes, we'll talk about teams with rosters that look great aside from just their quarterbacks. Golf going on today as well. The Rocket Classic final round is underway. Davis Riley has a one-stroke lead over Michael Brennan. And inside your BetMGM app, you can receive a golf odds boost token right now. To use it, all you got to do, add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with that odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. So it happened Thursday morning, right around 11 Eastern, 11 a.m., noon Eastern. Baker Mayfield signed a couple autographs for some little kids and then walked up to a podium with a microphone and told folks exactly how he was feeling about only being offered a 2-year contract extension by the Buccaneers. Here it is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that. And I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing.
Baker Mayfield at Bucs training camp Thursday morning. He went on to tell Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Kate, that he was offered a 2-year contract by the Bucs, but the number was, quote, pretty far from the $50 million per year he was looking for. And $50 million a year on an average annual value, just to put it in perspective, would put him just a couple million ahead of Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, and $1 million or $2 million behind Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. It sounds like a pretty accurate number, at least in my opinion, based on how Mayfield has played in Tampa, especially when he's been healthy. I mean, first half of last year, we were talking about him as a potential MVP before the Bucs collapsed down the stretch. So do the Bucs have any idea? I mean, this doesn't even mention the Vita Vea thing either, where he has requested a trade because he can't get the deal that he wants in Tampa either. Do the Bucs have any idea what they're doing, Kate?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Chris. I don't really think so. I'm of the camp that Baker deserves to get paid, and he's not even asking for like a market reset number type of a deal. He more wants a longer contract, longer than 2 years, for a little bit more security and more guaranteed money. And I don't think that's too much for him to ask, considering what he's done for that organization. I mean, he had a phenomenal 2024 season, 41 touchdowns, 16 interceptions, threw for 4,500 yards. And yeah, those numbers dipped a little last year, but he also didn't have a very healthy wide receiving core. I mean, Mike Evans was injured for a lot of the season and Chris Godwin was. And so you can't totally knock Baker, for having a little bit of a down year. If you look at all his numbers across the board, like he's close to top 10, top 12. Top 10 in a couple of those categories. So I think the Bucks should have figured something out with Baker prior to this season, because if Baker goes out and balls out, all of a sudden they're going to be looking at a number that's significantly higher than what they would have had to pay him right now. And if we know anything about Baker Mayfield, is he kind of thrives in these situations where he's been disrespected. Yeah. So I wouldn't be shocked if Baker goes out and has a phenomenal season and all of a sudden the Bucks are coming to the table next year and having to pay him even more than they offered right now.
Yeah, and even if they elect to use the franchise tag next year, which I've heard Baker allude to and say, hey, if they tag me, I'll play under it. He's still getting the $50 million that he feels he's worth on average, because the franchise number for a quarterback would be up around $50 million, even if it's about guaranteed money. Like, let's say Baker wants 2 years. He wants more than 2 years, like you said. He wants a longer deal, but let's say he wants 2 years of it guaranteed. He wants $100 million guaranteed. That would still put him $60 million guaranteed dollars behind Jordan Love, 70 behind Jared Goff, 80 behind Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy, 85 behind Lamar Jackson. So let's presume that it's a guaranteed money thing, which most of these contracts really do come down to now in the NFL. We get caught up in average annual values, but players want guaranteed dollars. That still makes sense. And the kicker of it for me, Kate, is that it's not like they have a QB in waiting. It's not like they have somebody ready to take over when Baker is gone, whether it's the 2027 offseason or the offseason following that. They don't have anybody waiting in the wings. Their backup this year is Jake Browning. And so you're relying, it feels like, on Baker to be that guy that he was certainly during the first half of last year. You feel like you can win with that, at least get to the playoffs. But here's the problem. If that happens, you're nowhere any closer, especially draft position-wise, to finding the franchise quarterback post-Baker that you need to have. So why not just commit to Baker at this point in time?
Right. With Baker on the they're not going to be drafting.
They're not going to bottom out. Yeah.
Right. You're not going to lose a ton of games. Maybe you go 8-9. Maybe you have a losing record. You could still win the division with losing record. We saw that last year. So you could still make the playoffs even. And then you're not picking high enough in the draft where you're getting a quarterback from what is supposed to be a loaded draft. So it really makes no sense. To circle back to your initial question, I don't think the Bucks know what they're doing. You also have Vita Vea, and maybe, he's not quite in his prime of what he was, but I mean, still a big leader on that defense. And, you're not going to, negotiate with him. You're not going to pay him. He's doing a hold-in right now. So it feels like the Bucks are kind of in flux of not really knowing what to do or what their direction is going to be like in the next couple of years, because it would make sense, to your point, if you had if this was a Packers situation where they had Aaron Rodgers and you were drafting Baker was the Aaron Rodgers, and you had someone like a Jordan Love sitting behind him that you knew in 2-3 years would be taking over. That would be a completely different story, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, and you've also got a lame duck head coach in Todd Bowles. So if the goal really is to sort of, and I've heard people say this, I talked to Aaron Jacobson from Tampa the other day, and he said, maybe the goal here is to just reset the whole thing post Mayfield and post Bowles. Again, that's a massive leap to take everything that you've built to this point and say, okay, that's great, especially with the young wide receivers that they have on the roster, aside from Godwin, to say, okay, we're going to just start from scratch. It doesn't make sense to me, and I don't think it makes sense to a lot of people around the league that they're playing hardball like this with Baker Mayfield, especially with all of not just the on-field things that we've talked about, but the off-field ability to really become a leader for that team in the community as well. It's something to keep an eye on as the Bucks play in a division that seemingly anybody could win. It feels like the Saints, maybe the Panthers. Okay, maybe not the Falcons because they don't really have a quarterback, but anybody else could win. We'll get back into the discussion about Tarek Skubal and the Dodgers trading for him in just a little bit. Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers, is going to join us later in the show. But coming up next, we're going to power rank the best deadline deals of all time in baseball history. That's next on Westwood One Sports.
This
Tarek Skubal is now a Los Angeles Dodger. We'll continue to break it down from all angles here today on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers, will join us in just a little more than an hour to give us another Los Angeles perspective on this whole thing. And, of course, we know how people in the 29 other fan bases around Major League Baseball feel this morning, Kate. They're not happy. The Dodgers are, again, ruining baseball. I wouldn't quite go that far, but I've definitely been on the side of, well, the Dodgers are able to buy their way out of mistakes. So if this ends up being a mistake by giving up some of these prospects, they can buy their way out of it. The on-field impact being, well, hell, they got like 8 or 9 guys now who could be postseason starters for them, where some other teams are just scraping together 2 or 3. There's a reason they are now juiced at BetMGM minus number to win the National League and all the way down into the plus 100s to win the World Series. It's because they got the pitching that's built for October.
Yeah, I would love to go back and know when the last time any team had odds that short to win the pennant or the World Series. Like, it's got to be a very long time ago, or if at all. Like, to have almost a 40% chance of winning the World Series at this point in the season, Chris, is kind of insane.
It's wild. It's August 2nd. Major League Baseball trade deadline is now just about 26 hours away. In a little bit, we'll talk about what some of those other contenders need to do now that Skubal's off the market. What do the Brewers do? What do the Rays do? What about other teams looking for starting pitching, like the Cubs? What about the Yankees, the Braves? All of those teams that have already eclipsed the 60-win mark, and we look at the top of the standings. What do they need to do in the next 24 hours with the trade deadline approaching? We also thought, well, let's take a look back. We like to power rank things occasionally, not occasionally, every week here on BetMGM Game Day. And we thought this week, why not power rank, Kate and I, the best MLB trade deadline deals of all time? And yes, you know I'm the old head on the show, so I'm going to go back to the 90s for a couple of mine, but I'll let Kate get us started. Kate, power rank your 5 best deadline deals of all time.
Yeah, Chris, yours probably will go back a little bit farther than mine. Mine might be some more recent ones. But we will start here in 2000. Curt Schilling going to the Diamondbacks. Not in the first season did they win, right? But the second one, I believe.
Yeah, it 2001, right?
Yeah, 2001. Yeah. Yeah. So his first year, I mean, the 2000 year was when he was traded. 2001, 22-6 with a 2.98 ERA, World Series MVP, alongside Randy Johnson. Diamondbacks win their first championship. So Curt Schilling to the Diamondbacks. Number 2, I'm going to go. This one's a little bit further back. Oh, no. Nope, it's not. Nope. Orlando Cabrera, Dave Roberts to the Red Sox.
Okay.
That was what, 2004 when the Red Sox won the World Series. And that
was part of the comeback against the Yankees, right?
Yep. Key contributors there. Yep. Dave Roberts, one of the famous stolen bases, game 4 of the ALCS against the Yankees. So that's number 4 for me. You know, this one, I'm not super, probably should be. And this is kind of just maybe a knock on myself of like my baseball knowledge and stuff. But like I did my research into this, Chris, because off the top of my head, you know, I wanted to make sure. Cliff Lee, not a name that I was like all that familiar with, not going to lie. But there were 2 instances in which Cliff Lee actually changed, maybe not changed, but got his team to the World Series, wasn't able to win one. But first he was traded to the Rangers and then later to the Phillies. And both of those teams made an appearance in the World Series. So I'm going Cliff Lee at number 3. And then number 2, this is, of course, I like this team. I cheer for this team. I was living in this city when they won a championship. So Aroldis Chapman to the Cubs.
Yeah.
One of the best closers in baseball. Like he got the job done. Cubs win the World Series. Break the curse.
I'm shocked you didn't have Chapman to the Cubs in 16 at number 1.
I debated. I was trying not to be too homery-ish, if that's a word right there.
Homer-ish.
So I was just tempering my homery-ish. Yeah.
Okay.
And then number 1, I'm going Justin Verlander to the Tigers. 5-0, ERA just above 1. Won ALCS MVP and won a World Series title that year.
Okay. I mean,
So
I'll be honest.
Those are mine.
I really thought that I was going to get Chapman number 1 from you. I'm almost disappointed in you, Kate, for not just giving in to the homerishness.
It's like I did the reverse psychology to you. Like you thought it was going to be number 1 overall, and it maybe should have been. But then I was like, you know what? That's too obvious. I got to put him at number 2 and boost up Verlander here.
Okay, that's fair. I'll let you go with it. But man, I'm
How
shocked.
many do we have similar?
We have only one of yours is also on my list.
That's good.
And I have it ranked a little bit lower, but okay. So Schilling in 2000, Cabrera, Cliff Lee, Chapman, and Verlander. Okay.
Yep.
Let me give you my 5. And I mentioned, like I said, I'm the old one here, so I remember the 90s. And that's where I start at number 5. Fred McGriff from the Padres to the Braves in 93 was massive at the time because everyone just assumed that the Braves were suffering from a hangover because they had gone to the World Series 2 years in a row. And everyone's like, leave the Braves for dead. They're 8 games back of the Giants in the NL West. They made up those 8 games in the final 2 months of the season and won the NL West and then went on. And Fred McGriff was a huge part of that. A 1,004 OPS in his 68 games with Atlanta in the back third of 1993. So a little education. Fred McGriff to the Braves in 1993 was massive. Number 4, the one that I was so disappointed in you for not putting it number 1 on your list, Chapman to the Cubs in 2016. You already mentioned it. It was the perfect finishing piece to that bullpen to end the 108-year curse of the Cubs. And Chapman somehow, 10 years later, is still being talked about as a possible deadline piece, although it feels like the Red Sox aren't looking at selling it.
How old is he?
That's a great question.
And how is he still pitching at that level?
I mean, he doesn't have the same velocity that he had way back in the day, but he still brings it sometimes. 38. Chapman is 38 years old. So he might still have an extra
I thought
year
he was older when he was with the Cubs. So, okay. That's a 38. Yeah, not terribly old.
He can still light up the gun occasionally, too. So Chapman to the Cubs in 16. I have it number 4. You had it at number 2. Number 3. Again, I'm going to go back to the 90s, kids. It didn't win this team a World Series, but you mentioned Curt Schilling to the Diamondbacks earlier. Obviously, he was a part of that 1-2 tandem with Randy Johnson. The first big Randy Johnson trade was in 1998 when the Mariners sent him to the Houston Astros down the stretch in 11 starts with the Astros. The big unit was 10-1 with a 1.28 ERA. He struck out 116 in 84 innings. And in his 2 NLCS starts, he gave up only 3 earned runs and struck out 17 in 14 innings. So I have Randy Johnson, the first Randy Johnson trade, or I guess first big deadline Randy Johnson deal from the Mariners to the Astros in 98 at number 3. Number 2, I can't believe this didn't make the list. Manny Ramirez to the Dodgers in 2008. He had completely mentally checked out in Boston, if you remember. He was hanging out in the Green Monster scoreboard in between innings. He was barely paying attention to games. And he was a part of a massive deal in which my poor Pittsburgh Pirates got absolutely fleeced and got like Andy LaRoche as the centerpiece of the deal. Jason Bay went to the Red Sox, and Manny Ramirez went to the Dodgers and hit 17 homers in his final 53 games of the year, had a 1747 OPS down in the postseason. They did lose to the Phillies in the NLCS, but Manny to the Dodgers for that magical 2008 run. I have it number 2. And another 2008 move at number 1, CC Sabathia to the Brewers in 2008. Ended a 26-year postseason drought for the Brewers. Yes, they lost to the Phillies in the NLDS, but 130 and 2/3 innings in just 2 months Sabathia threw for the Brewers, Kate. 7 complete games and 3 shutouts. His final 3 starts were all on 3 days rest. Sabathia was an absolute machine for the Brewers down the stretch. It didn't pay off in the postseason. But I've talked to Jack Sorensic, who was actually on that Brewers front office that year, a ton about just the way that trade went down and what it meant to the Brewers in the city of Milwaukee. And it was invaluable for getting the Brewers back on the map as a postseason contender. So Sabathia to Milwaukee in 2008 is my number 1.
Chris, he was first one off for me. So I can't, high on your list, not quite as high on mine, but he was someone that I considered that trade right there. I like that you have Chapman on there. I can't argue with you on the Randy Johnson. Did the Randy Johnson Bird situation, that happened when he was a Diamondback, right? In Arizona? What team was that?
Did it, or was he still in Seattle then? I can't remember. Maybe it was when he was a Diamondback. It was a spring training game, so I don't remember it well.
Doesn't matter. But just curious. Doesn't matter in our power rankings whatsoever. But I like that you went back a little bit further. You had a little bit more MLB history within some of your trades. So we got a good mix of everything.
We did. We'll see where the Tarek Skubal deal ends up coming down in the all-time rankings of MLB trade deadline deals. We'll see as it plays out for the Dodgers. Grant, what are you protesting about me having Sabathia at number 1 for? What is your beef with this?
I just have a beef that it's only one season, then he went to jump ship to the Yankees. I understand why you have it as you're on the list because it was a huge thing for the Brewers at the time, but it was only for that half season. They didn't go on to win the World Series. I would put Chapman above CC Sabathia because he actually helped them win a World Series that year.
That's fair. If you're going on results, that's part of why I was so surprised that Kate didn't have Chapman at number 1. But yeah, that's fair. I did question that about my rankings because I think I only have one of my top 5 going on to win a World Series. So, results matter. But I was just thinking more about the ripple effect and the impact of the players. But it's a good point, Grant. I can't fault you
his
for
impact. His impact is only for half a season because then he goes on and play for the Yankees right after that and win a World Series. Does,
but a lot of I think it was the fact that it took the Brewers from what had been decades of what felt like irrelevance into, oh my God, the Brewers matter again. And really, the Brewers have mattered more often than not every year since then, and that's nearly 20 years ago. So I think it's more for me about the way it changed the perspective of the Brewers around baseball. Does that make sense, Kate?
Yeah, for sure. Not necessarily having to go on to win a title, but to change the direction of an organization, a franchise, or baseball as a whole. I think that's very, that's strong criteria right there, Chris. Mine were more of trades that resulted in World Series or, going far in the postseason, wins, that type of a thing.
I also think Sabathia's performance down the stretch that year, like I mentioned, the final 3 starts on 3 days rest, just the bulk of innings that he threw, the 7 complete games, the 3 shutouts, is probably, for my money anyway, the best post-deadline performance of a guy that was moved at the deadline in the history of baseball. Like the way he just became unstoppable. And it wasn't like, this is back when they'd still let dudes throw 130 pitches in an outing and then roll them back out there 4 or 5 days later. And he was doing it sometimes on 3 days rest.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I don't know how they used to do that. Like the pitch count right now is not even close to that of what the leash is for guys. And pitchers back in the day, they were throwing high volume and throwing on much less rest. And I mean, did we have as many injuries back then?
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
No, I feel like you don't hear of, or what I knew of back then. Like it wasn't as much Tommy John stuff going on, as many pitchers. I mean, you look at half the league right now and like everyone's lineup is decimated, whether or not it's their starters or your pen or something like that.
I mean, go back to when you get a chance, go back and look at the number of pitches that, for example, Nolan Ryan threw in his no-hitters. I'm going to run down the list. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
And some of these go back to the 70s, okay? So just understand, they probably weren't even counting the pitches then. But somebody went back. His first no-hitter, somewhere between 132 and 138 pitches. His second one, 126. That is the second lowest number. His third no-hitter, 158 pitches, Kate, Nolan Ryan
Whoa.
threw. 147 in his fourth, 149 in his fifth, 130 in his sixth, and in his seventh and final no-hitter, Nolan Ryan, at the age of what? I don't know. He would have been in his 40s by then. 122 pitches.
And what's the standard pitch count right now for
I mean, if a guy gets up near 100, they're yanking him from the game.
Say 85 or so? Yeah. Whoa. Being in the 140s is insane.
The one at 158 is just bananas. Like,
how does your arm not fall off by the end of that?
Now, Grant makes a good point in the chat. Like, fastballs were topping out at like 93, 94 then. But still, that's insane. 158 pitches.
Well, it kind of makes me think like that was before analytics, right? Because now a guy has a no-hitter in question and it's like, well, you hit your pitch count, we got to pull you because analytics, We're back in the
bottom
day.
Of the fifth, we got to lift you. We measured the torque on your arm. Sorry, got to get out of there.
Yeah. Like let's go back to the old days. I don't want guys to get hurt, but like if you have a no-hitter, you stay in the game, right? You try and complete that. That was fun baseball.
Nolan Ryan threw 158 pitches in a no-hitter and then went on to pitch for another 17 years after that. Like he held up just fine.
That's wild. Wild.
It's crazy. I know what Jude, do we still have Mike and Dana Point on hold, or did he bail on us? Mike's still there. All right, Mike and Dana Point wanted to talk about Dodgers pitching. It is Tarek Skubal Day around baseball, so why would we not talk about it? Mike, good morning on the West Coast. Good afternoon to the rest of the country. You're on Westwood One Sports. What's up?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, I appreciated your interview last week with Mo Egger out of Cincinnati on the Bengals. That was an excellent interview, and I found out Mo's a good friend of mine. I found out you guys are pretty good buddies.
Oh, Mo's fantastic. Yeah, and a great insight, like you said, on the Bengals as well.
I had to get that in there real quick because I really enjoyed it. But I did think of a trade. I'm 74 years old, so but my memory's really going down the tubes a little bit. But a trade I remember that was almost at the deadline way back in 71, which is the advent of the Reds. I'm from Cincinnati, but after Vietnam, I stayed in California all these years. But when they got George Foster from the Giants for Frank Duffy and Vern Geishert, that was the advent of the Big Red Machine. In the same year, they picked up Joe Morgan and Cesar Geronimo, two key members of the Big Red Machine, and didn't really trade much away. Lee May and Tommy Helms, I think, down to the Astros. So that was a trade deadline, so to speak. The Dodger pitching, I think the main concern with Skubal, first of all, we don't know that Snell is coming back for sure. We don't know that. They're hopeful. He's looking decent in the rehab, but we don't know. And they don't have any really solid left-handed starters anymore. Eric Lau, they picked him up from the Blue Jays. He's been pretty good, but his ERA is pretty high. And then we got Robleski, who's turned out to be a great guy that came up through the system, of course. But as far as guaranteed, we're pitching Sheehan, Emmett Sheehan, he's not much. He's a fill-in guy. But did you agree? And then we got Tanner Scott, and thank God we have him, because I still don't trust Edwin Diaz. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Well, no, I think you make a good point, adding the lefty to the mix, Mike. And don't worry, I'm in my 40s and my memory's half gone now too. So if it's anywhere close to yours, remembering the details of a George Foster trade in 1971 when I'm at your age, I'll be very happy. But I think the interesting part here is that, you mentioned Robleski. I think that's the key, is you go out and get Skubal, and I think he works as sort of like an insurance policy against Robleski not being able to work as a starter, Kate, in the postseason. He's pitched incredibly well, but you want to have another southpaw available in the rotation in October. You can then, in effect, move Robleski to the bullpen, where you're only asking for maybe an inning or two out of him max.
Yeah, and
yeah,
I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it just goes to show the kind of still the embarrassment of riches for the Dodgers. Like, to be able to have those types of moves and kind of be able to finagle in that manner, that's a luxury that most other teams do not have whatsoever.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Other teams aren't looking to go out and find and in essence, get the best piece available on the trade market as an insurance policy against one of their young up-and-coming starters who's come out of nowhere, not being able to pitch deep into the season. Like, we've talked about my Pirates a couple times this year. The Pirates weren't going to go out and trade for Tarek Skubal in the event that Braxton Ashcraft can't pitch beyond September or start beyond September. Like, that's just, it's a different ball game for teams based on how much money they can spend. It also, I think, and maybe this is something we could talk about a little bit with Katie Wu, the Athletic, in an hour. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that the Dodgers know Skubal probably isn't leaving in the offseason because he wants to be a Dodger and they can afford to pay him. Coming up top of the hour, we will draft some of our favorite NFL rookies. As training camps have gotten underway, players we think can have the most impact in 2026, whether it's based on their talent or based on the situation and the circumstances and the opportunity they're being presented. But coming up next, back into NFL training camps and which teams we think right now have the best non-quarterback rosters aside from quarterbacks. We break them down for you next, right here on Westwood One Sports. With the Major League Baseball trade deadline now just 25 and a half hours away, plenty of rumors floating around. We'll do our best to find the ones that may actually be true and report them to you as soon as they happen, because you've got teams that are looking for everything out there on the market in the next 24 hours or so. Of course, the big news: the Dodgers landed the whale of this trade deadline season in acquiring Tarek Skubal last night from the Tigers for a trio of prospects. We'll talk to Katie Wu of The Athletic in less than an hour about how he fits in, why the Dodgers were able to get Skubal for a package that feels like wasn't quite as big as some of us expected it to be. All of that on the way, and we will talk about what the rest of these contenders need to add in the next 24 hours, aside from the Dodgers, the Brewers, the Braves, the Cubs, the Rays, the Yankees, the teams that seem like they're in solid positioning for October a little bit later in the show. This segment, though, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So we will draft our favorite NFL rookies at the top of the hour, Kate, but we spend so much time when we look at NFL teams who are all now in training camp, a week into training camps around most of the league, and we focus on their quarterbacks. what we sometimes lose sight of is that, well, you've got to fill out the other 52 spots on the roster aside from your starting quarterback. You can't win it all without a solid quarterback, but you need to have more than just the quarterback. So we thought we'd analyze some of the teams that we think have the best rosters aside from their quarterback. So which team, in your opinion, or teams, do you think have the best non-quarterback rosters in the NFL right now?
Well, I have a couple, Chris, but I'll start with this one because I think overall it's the best roster. Some of the other teams that I have in mind have phenomenal defenses and maybe a couple holes on offense, but the Los Angeles Rams, I think, sticks out initially as, even you take Matthew Stafford off the roster and they can still, well, that's not the exercise here. Quarterback aside, which is the best? It's the Rams. I mean, you have Puka Nacua, you have Devontae Adams, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum. You've got the running back room, you've got the wide receiver room set, and then defensively, you have Myles Garrett, which is pretty good. Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, and then your secondary with bringing over Trent McDuffie last season. Like every position group feels like it has at least one player that's kind of a star breakout type player, and then a couple nice complementary pieces alongside of it. So I think, especially now with Myles Garrett on that defense, I think that's a big, not like it's an upgrade for sure from Jared Verse. Jared Verse was a good player, but like Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett. So I'm going to go Rams as the biggest one for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with that at all. The Rams roster is absolutely stacked from top to bottom, aside from the quarterback position. I think I've mentioned this before. I can't remember if it was on a weekend where you were out or not, but like, I love the fact that it's not just Kyron Williams in the backfield. Like I could see Blake Corum having another year where he takes even another bigger step forward. So you've got a great 1-2 punch in the backfield. We know what they have at receiver. You mentioned Puka and Devontae. They've got 16 tight ends on this roster that could probably start in other places. And the defense is stacked. So I can't argue with the Rams. I'm going to go with a team that, and I think this is where the conversation about the quarterback, even though we're not supposed to be having it, is the most interesting part of this team going into this year. But I think the Eagles roster, and look, a lot of it hasn't worked over the last year plus because the quarterback seemingly has not bought into what they were trying to do on offense. It's why they have a new OC this year. But aside from the quarterback position, I've said it before, I think Saquon is due for a big bounce back season. I'm not necessarily petrified of what happens to the receiving core without A.J. Brown because they did go out and sign some reinforcements and they drafted Mekhi Lemon. They have it at tight end between Goddard and Stowers. The offensive line, I think, bounces back this way in a big way because they're healthy, and that's probably the biggest part of it. They've reinforced the defensive line, the Jalen Carter extension. Jordan Davis isn't going anywhere. The secondary, add Reek Woolen. I think that roster, again, aside from the quarterback position, is probably a close second right there behind the Rams. And it actually makes the conversation about Jalen Hurts that much more interesting because if Hurts just has, I don't want to call him a game manager, but if he just has a pretty good season, it should be enough for this team to be in the conversation for the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, because of all the pieces around Hurts, everyone you just named, both sides of the ball, he doesn't have to go out and be otherworldly. Eagles are another team that I had on my list, especially Jonathan Grenard coming over from the Vikings as well. Like if Mekhi Lemon ends up being what people think he can, like all of a sudden the Eagles even get better. So yeah, I can't disagree at all with that. It is going to be interesting to see just the different style of offense that the Eagles are expected to run this year compared to last year, like how much that'll change the offense, what Hurts will look like within that. I certainly think he's going to be able to adapt and be fine with, again, a new offensive coordinator. But a lot of that is, to this point, of everything that's around him that he's able to be so successful.
Who's another team that you look at and go, okay, aside from the quarterback position, or maybe despite the quarterback position, depending on which team you're talking about, this is one of the most stacked rosters in the league?
Well, okay, here's a little caveat, Chris. I have two because of their defenses. Houston and Denver. But they have some holes, some questions on offense. But if we take it a step further and say, okay, take the entire offense out of the picture, which teams are the best? I think you have to go the Texans and the Broncos. You have Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, you have Stingley, you have you have a phenomenal defense there that prove that they can win you games, because the offense for Houston was not really getting the job done all that much last year, but they won because of the defense. And then same thing over on Denver's side, probably the most balanced, well, the best defense in the AFC, I would say, even above the Texans. Patrick Surtain, you have Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, 68 sacks last year by that team as a whole. So I'm going to go, those two are, outside of the quarterback, pretty solid rosters, as long as their offense is just solid, right? I don't think the offense needs to be anything. I don't even think it needs to be like a top 5 offense. I think if you're upper half of the league in offensive production with that type of defense on both those teams, you're sitting pretty good.
Yeah, the Texans were the one that jumped off the page at me too. And I understand there are quarterbacks that have, every starting quarterback has pressure on them around the NFL. But, you could talk to me about Joe Burrow and how the Bengals have to get back to the playoffs. You can talk to me about how Justin Herbert hasn't done anything in the month of January yet in his career. Josh Allen needs to get over last year and finally get over the hump to the Super Bowl. Dak and the Cowboys, Lamar and Baltimore. You can talk about pressure on all of these guys. I don't know if there's a quarterback, in my opinion, in the NFL who has more pressure on him, both to take that next step, get that next deal, and show that he's not the impediment to his team going deep in the playoffs, than CJ Stroud. I mean, if CJ Stroud doesn't melt down in Foxborough, do they beat the Patriots last year? Maybe not. But that defense, CJ Stroud didn't have to do anything. He didn't play exceedingly well in the wild card game in Pittsburgh. He was just kind of there. And they didn't need him to do anything. If CJ Stroud were to have anything even closely resembling his rookie year for the Texans, not only would that offense be completely different, but also that team becomes a Super Bowl contender. Like, if CJ Stroud shows up in a big way this year and answers all of the questions that now have existed for the last 2 seasons, the Texans are a Super Bowl contender because of that entire roster, and especially, as you pointed out, the defense.
And I wonder what adding David Montgomery is going to do, because they didn't have a great run game last year. And when you don't have a great run game, all of a sudden the pressure on the quarterback becomes even more, because you're asked to basically be perfect within the passing game. So having a run game, like, does that open things up more for Stroud? But I mean, looking at his numbers, Chris, he had 4,100 yards in his rookie season, 3,000 last year. Like, to have over 1,000-yard difference from your rookie season, even his second year, he had 3,700 yards. So, like, significant dip last season. I would definitely agree with you. There's a lot of questions that CJ Stroud has to answer this year, and the success of the Texans, and I mean, this isn't saying a whole lot, because a lot of times the success of a team hinges on the quarterback play, but more so than anyone else, I think the success of this Houston team and how deep they can go in the playoffs is going to be a result of how good CJ Stroud is this year.
Absolutely, especially in a conference that's just littered with quarterbacks, all of whom we are waiting for them to pay off on their potential at some level or another. Top of the hour, in about 20 minutes, we will have one of our patented BetMGM game day drafts. We will go around the room and draft the rookies we think will have the biggest impact on the 2026 NFL season. Coming up in 40 minutes, Katie Wu, who covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, will join us to continue our discussion about Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. But coming up next, One college football coach came on Westwood One Sports earlier this week and said, these other conferences are greedy, and we got to get back to what made college football great. Is that a possibility? We'll let you hear exactly what was said next here on BetMGM Game Day. There are things happening in baseball that aren't trades, and you can bet on them inside the BetMGM app. Right now, download the BetMGM app, and you'll receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token to use either one of them. Add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. We will go out to the West Coast in just a little bit, about a half hour or so, to talk with Katie Woo of The Athletic. She covers the Dodgers. How did they land Tarek Skubal with not a terrible return to Detroit, but certainly a package of prospects that I think most people who are baseball fans and around the sport thought would require more? Also, top of the hour, we'll get back into the NFL. We will draft our favorite NFL rookies, the ones we think will have the biggest impact on the 2026 NFL season, alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, with you until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. College football media days happened in the Big Ten this week. Kurt Signetti said some fun things. The week before that, it was the SEC. Well, on Friday, I had a chance to fill in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet here on Westwood One Sports, and I got to talk to the head coach of a team who is not in one of those big conferences, Rich Rodriguez, his second tenure in Morgantown, West Virginia as the head coach at WVU is entering its second year. And one of the things I asked him about is just the complexion of conference football now with conference realignments and NIL and everything else. And does he miss some of the old rivalries that he had his first time through at WVU? And he had a pretty honest, very honest response to all of these questions. I promise. It was a very honest response.
Said this a couple weeks ago that everybody kind of gathered together, go by the same rules, had the same financial salary cap, and then you have your schedule by area or region. We have a Northeast or an Eastern region, and you get to play West Virginia and Penn State and Virginia Tech and Pitt and Maryland and Virginia and Cincinnati, all those schools that our fans could drive to and have some rivalries with. That would be great for the fans. It'd be great for the teams. But, I think that's a pipe dream now.
So I think he's right. It feels like a pipe dream. You split up teams that should be playing regional rivalries against each other every year. In this case, we're using West Virginia, Pitt, Penn State, Virginia Tech as an example. And instead, West Virginia's playing conference games against Utah and Arizona State. And it's the same across college football, right? Like this started when the Big Ten expanded to the West Coast, Kate. I don't know what's realistic and not realistic anymore with the Save College Sports Act that may proceed through Congress now that the Big Ten and SEC have thrown their support behind it. But I'm a little bit more hopeful that maybe if there's legislation and government involved, we can get back to a point where conferences make a little bit more geographic sense and everybody can still make money in doing so.
Wouldn't that be nice, Chris? I mean, even for the players and the teams, like you're not flying halfway across the country or complete for Penn State going to the West Coast across the country to play conference games. Like none of that makes sense. It was all put in place for the money purposes, the TV deals, the rights, adding those teams to conferences. So it would be great if we could get back to a place where you had, Iowa and Wisconsin playing every year, and maybe they still do right now. I have to check Iowa's schedule. But I mean, to the point of like, rather than West Virginia playing Utah, that makes no sense. And I get that they're in the same conference, but like those types of things, it's not good for college football. You lose. I mean, part of the fun of college football more so than the NFL is like the big rivalries between the fan bases and the schools and all the stuff that goes along with that. And we've lost out on a ton of that now. So I don't know if it's possible to get back there. I think we're a long ways from getting back there. It's possible, but I think we're a ways away.
There's just there's got to be a way, and maybe again there isn't. And maybe it's too far off. Maybe it's a pipe dream, like Rich Rodriguez said. but there's got to be a way to get us to a point where if you can standardize, like Rich Rod was saying there, if you can standardize a salary cap of sorts, which is already a part of this bill, if you can standardize conference sizes, if you can even start to get to a point where some scheduling and TV deals are standardized and not done by conference and by team, and you can get to a point where the problem is there's no governing body who's going to take care of any of this because the NCAA doesn't care because they don't make any money on football. But if you could get to a point where somebody is willing to wrangle the whole thing and say, hey, this is how it should work, this is how we're going to standardize it, and it's not going to cost you any money, then I think maybe someday we can get back to a world where, like you said, certain teams are playing each other every year like they should, and conferences make more sense.
I almost feel like we're going to have an entirely new governing body that's going to have to be made up from the ground floor. Like everything's going to have to be overhauled. The Big Ten and the SEC will have to be the leaders of putting together that governing body of some sort, whether or not that's them, like, I don't know, breaking away from everyone else probably isn't the answer either, but those two conferences hold the most power. So putting something together that then puts all these other parameters in place, because you're right. I mean, the NCAA clearly is not doing the job because look where we are with them at the helm forever.
Yeah. And it's at a certain point when they realized, the NCAA, that they weren't making money on any of this like they do with basketball, they just kind of threw up their hands and said, screw it. You guys are on your own. You each come up with your own rules. That's part of what the coaches in the SEC have been complaining about. They believe that they are more judicious about things than other conferences are. And then you have the Big Ten and the SEC staring at the possibility of maybe losing money for their member institutions if they don't continue to expand and grow and get more money in TV deals. I don't know. I just want to be able to see the teams that I love and hate play each other every year. Coming up in about 25 minutes, we'll talk to Katie Wu of The Athletic about the Tarek Skubal deal to the Dodgers. But next, we rank NFL rookies and which ones will have the biggest impact here on BetMGM Game.
This is West.
20 minutes from now, we continue our breakdown of Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers with Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers on a daily basis. But with the trade deadline now just a little more than 24 hours away, 25 hours to be exact, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 Pacific tomorrow, the deals have started to happen, and the big names are starting to move aside from Skubal. We will get into our draft of our favorite NFL rookies in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day. But, Kate, the Mets may be beginning to tear things down. They've made a couple moves here and there already this week, but they are sending Freddie Peralta, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, to the Tampa Bay Rays. So the Rays, after losing out on Skubal, go out and get Freddie Peralta to add to the starting rotation of Drew Rasmussen, Shane McClanahan, Nick Martinez, and continue, I think, to probably lead the way as far as favorites in the AL go by adding Peralta.
Yeah, Peralta was the next name to kind of, or one of the next names to the domino to fall, so to speak. I mean, I don't hate it. Like, they had to make a move, wanted to make a move, and I think Peralta is one of the better names out there to be adding. There's not a ton. Well, there's nothing that's going to move the needle quite like Skubal does.
Right.
But when you've lost out on Skubal, you still have to make other moves, and we figured Peralta was going to be on the move eventually. His name's been thrown around for weeks now.
Yeah, so take Peralta off the list if you were in one of those towns looking for extra starting pitching, including maybe the north side of Chicago, where the Cubs won't be able to land a Peralta-type piece for their rotation. Still other names out there, and we'll see how it all shakes out. And again, we'll talk Skubal with Katie Wu of The Athletic in a little less than 20 minutes. But let's get into one of our favorite aspects of BetMGM Game Day every Sunday here from 11 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern every Sunday on Westwood One Sports. We always have a draft, and today we draft NFL rookies we think will have the biggest impact on this season. Once again, I've been lucky enough. I swear I had nothing to do with this. I just opened the rundown, and there was my name waiting for the first overall spot. I don't know who did it, but my name's there. I'll go first. Grant will go second. Kate will go third. Zach will go fourth, and we will snake back around, which means I get to take the guy that I think of all rookies will have the biggest impact on the 2026 NFL season. I got a few names in mind here. One that I think I'm higher on than everybody else. I'm not going to take him first because I might be able to get him in the second round. I am going to go with safety Caleb Downs for the Dallas Cowboys. I think is going to have a massive impact on the revamped Cowboys secondary. I think he's going to be all over the Cowboys defense, making big plays. I will go Caleb Downs first overall in our BetMGM Game Day draft of Impact NFL rookies. Grant, you get to go second.
All right, I'm going to go with another first rounder, a little bit higher on the list in the draft, but I'm going to go with Carnell Tate. A lot of people are expecting him to be the breakout guy in this class for receiver-wise. You don't know what's going to happen with Jordan Tyson because of his health issues. I'm sure he'll have a really good season, but I'm going to take Carnell Tate first because I don't know who the Titans in Cam Ward are going to throw to besides him. So I'm going to go with Carnell Tate as the first one.
Yeah, that's a good call, Grant. So I got Caleb Downs first. We got Carnell Tate second. Kate, you get to go third in our BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL rookies. I'm disappointed Tate went. I expected him to go early, though. Who do you have?
I'm going to go with a running back here. I'm going to go Jadarian Price. On the Seahawks, taking over for Kenneth Walker. And then you also have Zach Charbonnet, who's coming back from the injury. And he could return, sooner than expected. But if Jadarian Price comes in and performs well in training camp and first couple games of the season, he could have that RB1 overall spot. So I'm going Jadarian Price.
Yeah, I think probably taken exactly where he should have been in the draft. People are always worried about taking running backs too high in the draft, but it felt like he went in just the right spot, and probably a good spot for our draft as well. Caleb Downs first, Carnell Tate second, Jadarian Price third. Zach, our executive producer, Zach Kroll, gets back-to-back picks here in our BetMGM Game Day draft of Impact NFL rookies this year. Who you got, Zach?
So with my first pick, I feel like I have no choice but to take Jeremiah Love. I'm not even that high on him, but I'm just shocked I got him with the 4th overall pick. Like, I was not expecting him to be here. He's going to go in the first round in a lot of fantasy drafts. I actually do think Mike LaFleur is a pretty good offensive coach. I think he knows what he's doing. Nathaniel Hackett is the offensive coordinator. I don't know how much value to put into that. Obviously, his comments about Jeremiah Love were not ideal to begin training camp, but I think this is a good value pick. Give me Jeremiah Love with my first selection. And then my second selection, I think David Bailey for the Jets is going to be an absolute beast. I think he was the correct pick at number 2 over Arvell Reese. He was the best pass rusher in all of college football last year. He's apparently been dominating training camp to begin. And when was the last time you heard a number 2 overall pick enter his rookie season being talked about less than this guy? I think he's under the radar right now. I think he's going to have a monster year. Give me David Bailey with my second selection.
Well, you just blew up my draft. I got Mekhi Lemon to Zach. I thought Jeremiah Love might last until my second round pick. You snapped him up. David Bailey's a great call because you're right. The early reports on him out of Jets camp have been excellent so far. He could really be one of those boats that, lifts up the entire defense for the Jets in a year when they need it desperately. Kate, you got Jadarian Price in the first round. Who you taking now?
Yeah, I'm going to go Sonny Styles for the Commanders.
Nice.
Talk about good things coming out of camp already. He's taking turns communicating some of the calls on the defense. And I think the Commanders are kind of setting him up to be one of the central kind of mainstay players of that defense. So I'm going to go Sonny Styles.
Nice call. I like that one. You got offense and defense in your first 2 picks. Grant, what do you got?
Yeah, that's who I was going to go with my next pick, Sonny Styles, because Arvell Reese, they were talking about him not being the better of the two. Obviously, they were hand in hand in the draft process, and I like Sonny Styles more than Arvell Reese. But I talked about him in my pick with Cardinal Tate, and I'm surprised he's still here. But I'm going to take Jordan Tyson. I know I'm going skill with my first 2 picks, but Jordan Tyson, they talked about him being the best receiver in the class, and the only reason why he dropped down lower than Tate was because of the injury at ASU. The dude has everything: size, leaping ability, contested catch, speed. I think Jordan Tyson, I know he doesn't have the skill like a Patrick Mahomes or an Allen or a Lamar throwing him the ball, but if he can get something out of Tyler Shuck just a little bit, I think he can have a 1,000-yard season. So I'm going to go Jordan Tyson my next pick.
Another one I probably should have jumped on earlier, but that's the price you pay for having the first overall pick. I agree with everything you said, Grant. I think Jordan Tyson's going to have a big immediate impact, especially if Tyler Shuck is going to make that second-year leap that a lot of quarterbacks do. All right, I get 2 picks back-to-back here. A lot of names I liked are off the board, but there's still a few out there, and one I'm going to go with. Again, I'm going secondary, but it doesn't matter whether our teams are balanced here or not. We're only making 4 picks. I'm going to go with Mansour Delane for the Chiefs. He's immediately going to get slotted in as their top corner. Now, does some of that have to do with the fact that they lost their top 2 corners to the Rams this offseason? Yes, but I think if you're looking for a guy who can have an immediate impact, both in coverage and in the run game, this is a dude who will come up and make tackles in the run game. This is the perfect ad for Kansas City in the secondary. So I'll go Mansour Delane. And then it's probably not a sexy pick, but I think it's important they got him where they did, especially because they don't want their quarterback to get killed. And whether the quarterback getting killed is a part of the decisions he makes with the ball in his hands or whether he just has time to stand back there and operate. Jackson Dart now has Francis Mauigoa in front of him. I love that pick for the Giants, so I'm going to go Francis Mauigoa as my third pick in the BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL rookies. Grant, back to you.
So I'm kind of surprised he lasted this long too, and I kind of kept him in my back pocket. But I know he had a little bit of a size talking point of why he kind of dropped in the draft. And I know that the organization's under fire with how things are going right now, but give me Reuben Bain Jr. as my third overall pick. This dude can get around the tackles and tight ends. I know he's a little bit undersized, but I can see him getting an 8 to 10 to 11 sack season, especially in Tampa Bay. NFC South isn't the most competitive like the NFC North or the AFC North or even the NFC East, but Reuben Bain, I can see him just jumping off the charts this season and getting those multiple 10-plus sacks season this year. So give me Reuben Bain Jr.
It's a good call. I like that one. Kate,
Grant,
you got Jadarian Price and Sonny Styles so far. Where are you going?
Yep, I was going Reuben Bain, and that's a tough blow for me right there. I'm gonna go with Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, somebody had to do it.
I'm going to go quarterback here, and I'm going to take Mendoza. I'm going to assume that even if he doesn't start right away, he starts by week 5, and from there, things are better in Las Vegas. I'm not going to say they're going to be great, but better. I think he's someone who can make an impact.
I mean, we all saw the clip making the rounds on social media of Kirk Cousins doing wind sprints, right? And not being able to keep up with the rest of the team. It's not a reach to say that Kirk may not be in game shape very long, especially behind that offensive line. So Mendoza getting a chance to play 10, maybe 12 games is not a bad call at all, Kate. We'll see what he does with them if he gets the chance behind that same offensive line. All right, Zach, you went Jeremiah Love and David Bailey, a couple great calls with your first 2 picks. Snakes back around for your final 2 picks.
Okay, so with my first selection here, I'm actually going to take Spencer Fano of the Cleveland Browns. This is a guy that went in the top 10. And earlier in the show, when we were talking about teams with the best rosters outside the quarterback position, honestly, one of the first teams that popped into my mind was the Cleveland Browns. I mean, this team has done a great job building around the quarterback position, and if they could just get decent quarterback play, I do think that they will be good and better than we expect. So I like the Fano pick. I think Andrew Berry's done a nice job rebuilding that offensive line. So he will be my first selection here. And then my second selection, I'm going to take Mekhi Lemon, the third receiver off the board. I just think that this wide receiver class in general, it's not being talked enough how good it is. I mean, from a depth perspective, from a top-end talent perspective, I like Grant's 2 picks with Tate and Tyson, but I think Lemon is exactly what the Eagles needed, just a weapon for Jalen Hurts in the middle of the field. We know that's something he hasn't really done a ton of over the last couple of years. This guy was a baller at USC. I always thought he played bigger than his actual size. I think he was a great pick by Howie Roseman, but, you know, from Concepcion to Boston to Omar Cooper, I think all of these rookie wide receivers are going to be really good. And I think Lemon was a great pick by the Eagles, so I will round it out with him.
Not a bad class as we draft our favorite NFL rookies based on what kind of impact we think they're going to have this season here on BetMGM Game Day. Kate, back to you for your final pick. How do you round out a group with Jadarian Price, Sonny Styles, and Fernando?
Yeah, I'm going to go wide receiver. Zach just said this player's name, and like he mentioned, it's a deep class. I'm going to go Casey Concepcion to the Browns. Quarterback situation, obviously not great with the Browns, but I think Concepcion could be their primary slot receiver, right? I think the Browns wide receiving group is not all that great to begin with. So he's certainly someone who will have the opportunity to be on the field quite a bit. So I will go Casey Concepcion.
Good call. I like that one. All right, Grant, you've got two receivers, Tate and Tyson. You got Reuben Bain Jr. on the edge. Who's your final pick in our BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL rookies?
Well, I knew he wasn't going to go very far, so that's why I didn't pick him. And it's not a sexy pick, even though my other three picks have been on that side. But I'm going to go Vega Ione. I haven't been this confident in a guard that the Ravens have picked since Marshall Yonda when he retired in 2019. They put Zeitler in there for a couple years. He was a plug-and-play guy. But this guy feels like he's going to be the main stalwart of this class when it comes to, like, O-lineman. And I could honestly see him becoming an all-pro caliber guard for the Ravens. And I think he can be there for a long time. I'm not going to hype him up and say he's going to turn into Marshall Yonda, but I think he can turn into that Pro Bowl, All-Pro type of guy that Lamar can rely on, especially in the later parts of his career when he's entering into his 30s. So give me Vega Ione.
Yeah, as a Penn State homer and also a fan of an NFL team that drafted multiple offensive linemen on the first 2 days, would have loved Vega to make it to Pittsburgh, but he ends up with division rival Baltimore. Good pick, Grant. I will round things out here. I remember we had a conversation right after the draft, I think it was, talking about possible sixth-round gems. Like, everybody thinks they're going to be the team, or their team is going to be the one that finds the Tom Brady or the Antonio Brown in the sixth round. I don't know if there's anybody quite like that, Hall of Fame level, in this year's sixth round. But I do like one guy in particular to have an impact. And yes, I'm going to dip all the way down to the sixth round. And my Penn State homerism will come back into play here. Not Nick Singleton in Tennessee, who I think could have an impact there because of the lack of weapons that don't abound in the Tennessee offense. But Katron Allen in Washington, I think, is one to keep an eye on. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, can he be a lead back? Can he and Rachaad White be a quality tandem in Washington? Are there going to be injury issues? We've seen it with both of those guys. I think Katron Allen is going to get an opportunity to carry the ball a decent amount in Washington, and I like what he does with the ball in his hands, so I am going with him. Call me a Penn State homer if you want. I'll take Katron Allen with the last pick of our draft of possible impact rookies here on BetMGM Game Day. I don't know. Kate, whose draft do you like the most, aside from your own?
Yeah. I like Grant's. Grant's my winner.
Zach, who do you have aside from your own, obviously?
I'm going to say Grant as well. I just think the two receivers on top get it done.
Yeah, Max, our video producer, just jumped in the chat to give it to Grant. I do. I think it's a clean sweep. I think Grant had us in this draft, getting Tate and Tyson with the top two picks. So nice job by you. Yep. Clean sweep, my friend. You did it. You win.
You've won every time you've been on, Grant?
No. I was just saying 4-4 because you guys 4 out of 4.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that was on my bad.
You, Chris, Zach, and Max picked mine. So, but
yeah, you get.
Chris, I'm surprised you didn't take Drew Aller.
No, I don't think Drew's getting. If Drew Aller's getting an opportunity this season, the Steelers are in a bad place. As much as I like Drew. So we will talk a little bit more NFL later. We'll also continue to keep an eye on the MLB trade deadline as it approaches just a little more than 24 hours away. And, of course, the big move that came down last night, Tarek Skubal is headed to the Dodgers. We talked to Katie Wu, who covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, about all of it from every angle next here on Westwood One Sports. up top of the hour, we'll continue to look at the other contenders at the MLB trade deadline who maybe haven't made moves yet. Freddie Peralta headed from the Mets to the Rays. Of course, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. We'll talk to Katie Woo of The Athletic in just a moment here on Westwood One Sports. But starting arms, bullpen arms, bats, all on the table with just a little more than 24 hours to go to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. It is 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific. I mentioned a couple times earlier in the show, I had the time wrong, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. My timing off. The timing of the Dodgers, not off, as they went and got Skubal alongside Kate Constable. I am Chris Mack, and we are happy to talk to Katie Woo of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Katie, how are you? And has it been nonstop celebration from Dodgers fans over the last 12 hours or so since finding out that Skubal is coming to L.A.?
You know, a funny story from Dodger Stadium last night. On Saturday nights, they do a drone show where they have they invite the fans onto the field. It's a really nice show, actually. And after about 20 minutes, the scoreboard showed regrettable that said, you know, so sorry, but our drone show tonight has been canceled due to technical difficulties. And all the fans on the field started booing. And I was like, you know, if you guys just checked your phones, I think you'd actually be a little more excited about what's going on behind the scenes. Be disappointed about the drone show, sure, but Tarek Skubal is a Dodger, and that's definitely worth celebrating out here in LA.
Okay.
Did they post that, Katie, on the Jumbotron that Skubal was being traded and coming to the Dodgers? Was that part of the reason there was no drone show?
They did not post it. They were still finalizing the trade, so we were joking upstairs. You know, if only this was a finalized trade, they'd be able to do but we have something better. But they did finalize that trade today. The Los Angeles Dodgers officially posting and announcing that Tarek Skubal, at a surprise to basically nobody, is a Dodger. They have somehow only increased their already sky-high odds of becoming the first National League team to win 3 straight World Series. The Dodgers were the industry favorite all along to land Skubal should the Tigers elect to trade him. You saw how the Tigers played coming out of the All-Star break into the final week before the deadline. It just seemed inevitable at this point, and indeed, none of us are surprised to see Skubal in Dodger blue today.
Yeah, and fans with the other 29 teams around baseball, I think, are equally unsurprised, Katie. We can get to the ripple effect of that in a couple of minutes, but let's keep it within the Dodgers for just now. How surprised were they that they were able to acquire Skubal for 3 prospects, yeah, but only 2 of whom rank in Baseball America's top 100?
Yeah, I think all the last month throughout July, Andrew Friedman, the president of baseball operations, and the Dodgers themselves kind of downplayed having any true need on their roster at the deadline. And when you look at what their roster looks like, the names that they have, you're like, yeah, okay, that's believable. But there's a difference between needing something and wanting something. And when Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers want something, as we continue to see time and time again, they have no problem going out and getting it. So yes, they part with 3 high-end prospects, all in the top 30s. Zahir Hope, Brady Smith, River Ryan, a name that they expected to help them at the major league level this year, but due to 2 hamstring injuries, he just has not been able to do so. But they were able to part with this for what I think across the industry people are calling not that impressive of a haul. Even though they parted with 3 top 30 prospects, their system is built to absorb hits like this because the Dodgers, for as much as opposing fans, you know, maybe rightfully gripe about their spending habits and their ability to sign seemingly every free agent that they want, they are also one of the top organizations in drafting and developing. And their player development system is built to make trades like this. You think about the prospects that they traded away. Michael Busch got them Zahir Hope. Matt Beattie got them River Ryan. And you're essentially able to flip those guys into, sure, 2-3 months of Tarek Skubal, but those are the 2-3 months that are most pivotal for this Dodgers season. So were they surprised to do it? No. I think, if anything, the Dodgers were surprised at how quickly it came together.
Katie, with adding an arm like Skubal and having this type of rotation on top of the bats that the Dodgers have, how much pressure is on them to win the World Series? I mean, they are the heavy favorites. Does that add any more pressure, or are they kind of used to all that and it's a non-factor to them?
Yeah, 100%. It's three-peat or bust, and you don't go out and make a move like this unless, you're really determined to do that. And the Dodgers have said that since winning their second World Series in 2025, where the goal is to win again. And if they don't, it's a massive disappointment because, you just look at how difficult it is. Their core, which is aging, the prime superstars that they have, they go out and they don't want to take any chances. There's also the very realistic possibility that after this season and a pending lockout and a looming new CBA, that the way the Dodgers operate now will not be permitted in the future. And we're going to see some sort of financial limitations coming into next year. We don't know what exactly that's going to look like, but there's a reason that there's been so much turmoil over this CBA expiring. The Dodgers, to their credit, have done an incredible job at using every single inch permitted by the CBA to make their team one of the best we'll ever see. Nothing they're doing, obviously, is illegal or not permitted under the guidelines of Major League Baseball and that collective bargaining agreement. But if that CBA changes, and all signs point to that it will after this pending lockout, I would argue to say that there's no guarantee the Dodgers will be able to do what they're doing now. So why not go all in? And getting Skubal, adding to an already stacked rotation, and that's not even talking about what their bullpen could look like with the starters that they don't use in their playoff rotation, only makes their chances of winning the World Series higher, also only makes the pressure to three-peat even more so.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring up the arms and how they get used, especially come October, Katie. Katie Wu, who covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, is with us here on Westwood One Sports. I imagine Justin Robleski, who has been, like I said earlier, a revelation for them this year. Tarek Skubal, it sounds crazy, kind of works as some insurance. Another lefty to add to the mix when you get to October if Robleski doesn't stick in the rotation. You've got Yamamoto, you've got Sasaki, you've got Snell and Glasnow working their way back to the rotation. You've got the question about maybe Ohtani's availability. We'll see if that exists come October, at least from the mound anyway. How do you think they look at this staff right now and attempt to stack it up once October gets here?
Well, that's the big question, right? Most postseason rotations only need 4 starting pitchers just based on the length of the series. The Dodgers famously won in 2024 with just 3 starters. But this is part of the reason why Andrew Friedman was able to downplay the Dodgers' needs at this deadline, because you do have Blake Snell coming back from injury. He's going to start his final rehab assignment Tuesday. Tyler Glasnow will start his first rehab assignment of 4 at least on Tuesday as well with a different affiliate. So you have your 2 big guns coming back that you've been missing most of the year. Yamamoto, a stud, you know what you have in him. And there's a lot of questions over Shohei Ohtani, who has not pitched in a game since July 3rd, has not thrown a bullpen since July 22nd. And if he'll return to the rotation, and if so, to what capacity this year? The Dodgers have said they believe he'll be available in October. But what Skubal does is he alleviates some of that pressure of any of those guys not being able to perform and adds some insurance, some backup behind Justin Robleski, a breakout star for the Dodgers this year. Roki Sasaki, who is fresh off 3 really encouraging starts, that velo continuing to tick up, his confidence growing. They have weapons. But right now, if you tell me the Los Angeles Dodgers start a playoff series with Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, and Glasnow, and then have Ohtani in short stints available if needed, I can see that. I can also see Tyler Glasnow going to the bullpen like he did for part of the postseason last year, and Ohtani taking that 4th starter spot. You really only need your 4th starter to go once a series. Maybe that's a good plan for him and his workload. So now, instead of having a couple more question marks, for as good as Robleski and Sasaki have been, they don't bring the same kind of assured dominance as someone like the back-to-back American League Cy Young Award winner does. All of a sudden, a rotation that looks pretty airtight, they've locked down, and you have options again that can go back to the bullpen, whether that's Robleski, Sasaki, and Mitch Sheehan, who started almost 20 games for them this year. You pair that with Edwin Diaz, who's back off the IL, Tanner Scott bounced back here, and you're wondering, where are the holes for this Dodgers pitching staff? They don't seem to have any.
So does this just essentially allow Dave Roberts to be like ultra aggressive in the playoffs with everyone that he has and the ability to, use Ohtani in certain stints versus a full start type of a deal?
That's essentially the goal, right? With all due respect to the remaining 55-ish games of the regular season, the Dodgers don't really care about that. They're not trying to go for a regular season win record. Their only priority from now until the first round of the playoffs is making sure they're not playing in the first round of the playoffs. They want that first round bye. So then when you get to the DS and them and the Brewers have the best records in baseball. You're looking at how to maximize your best of 5 or how to maximize your best of 7 in the NLCS. Having flexibility with Snell, with Glass now, with Ohtani even, just makes this rotation and this bullpen somehow even deeper. The Dodgers have gone by all season with exceptional pitching. They have the lowest ERA in baseball at 3.36 as an entire staff. They have had their woes offensively where they haven't been as consistent as they wanted. But we're not talking about that because their pitching has been so effective. That's the goal in the postseason. No restraints, no limits, just go out and shove. The Dodgers certainly have the arms and the caliber to do that.
Katie Woo of The Athletic with us talking Dodgers now that Tarek Skubal has been added to the mix. This may be way too deep in the minutia, but since Kate asked you about everything that Dave Roberts now has available at his arsenal, Katie, I feel like this is a valuable question. If you're leaning on, or not leaning on, but maybe projecting that Ohtani may be coming out of the bullpen instead of starting, working in limited stints, how does that affect how Dave Roberts then uses Ohtani as a DH? Because if he starts the game as a DH, enters as a pitcher, you're talking about losing the DH. I know this is, like I said, way too deep into the minutia, but just how do you think Dave Roberts is going to navigate that when and if it comes to that point?
Yeah, he wouldn't be coming out of relief. It'd be kind of an opener if that even is something that they get to. Again, we have still 6 to 8 weeks before we know what Ohtani's status is right now. What's adding Skubal allows is for there to be virtually zero rush for Ohtani to come back to the mound. He's able to take his time because a big fear of the Dodgers is if you're Shohei Ohtani, who has said that knee soreness that has plagued him since mid-June, only impacts him when he's pitching, not hitting. The fear for the Dodgers is if he's continuing to pitch, he's overcompensating, and that can lead to another injury that, they can't fix before the postseason. So when you're looking again at how Dave Roberts could deploy these guys, the Dodgers have an advantage because of the two-way rule. Ohtani, being carried as a pitcher, doesn't count against the maximum number of arms they're allowed to carry on the roster. So they can use him, and again, this is very, very hypothetical, in 1 to 2 inning opener stints and still be able to carry a full bullpen. So that's another flexible avenue that they have should they need to get there. But right now, when you look at how August is going to transpire, keeping the Dodgers on a 6-man rotation is pivotal. They've operated under that way since the start of the season. They don't plan on changing it. Having Skubal back not only brings a huge jolt to both the team and the fan base, it also, again, takes some of that pressure of Shohei needing to rush back, really take their time. The Dodgers have a double-digit lead in the division. They can punt a game if they need to and still be okay. They are a team that is solely built for October. They don't really care how August goes. They just care about getting guys healthy. They should be in a position to do that come September.
Katie, this might be just a very obvious question here, but what's the locker room like today after getting someone like Skubal? Like, is it celebration, jubilation, or is it still kind of like we still have business to take care of? We're not getting overly excited just because we added a top arm.
So we went to the clubhouse. The game ended around 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And right as we walked into the clubhouse, we're starting to hear, rumblings of the deal coming close. And the players are hearing it too. A bunch of reporters huddled around Emmett Sheehan's locker. He was rumored to be in the deal. He turned around and he goes, I haven't heard anything. So we all kind of knew something was going down. And then the news starts to break while we're in there. And different players have just kind of been like, who's surprised? And the answer is nobody. Now that the move is official, we're on our way to the clubhouse. Dodgers have the Sunday night game tonight, so it's not open yet. I'm expected there to be a lot more celebration. It was just interesting to be in the clubhouse in real time as this deal played out and players were finding out alongside us, hey, just got the best pitcher available at this deadline, and our odds to win the World Series are even more higher. Let's get this done.
Yeah, I recall Katie being in the Pirates clubhouse the year Tyler Glasnow got dealt to the Rays, and Tyler looking up at the TV screen and one of his teammates tapping him on the arm to say, hey, I think you're being traded. And he quickly disappeared to the back so he could go find out the details of what was going on. I wanted to circle back around to something you mentioned a couple times, though, which is no one was really surprised about this, and that is the pushback from much of the other 29 fan bases in baseball this morning, that no one was really surprised that Skubal ended up with the Dodgers. What is the effect of this trade on the impending lockout and what we're going to see this winter? And just in your professional opinion, what do you think? How does it affect what were already contentious CBA negotiations and how much baseball we may or may not see next spring and summer?
I mean, we were going to see a contentious lockout process no matter what. I don't really think this fuels the fire as much as the casual fan might think so, because the truth of the matter is it's a 2-month rental for 3 prospects that other teams easily could have matched. And the Dodgers are taking on $9.5 million. And that's not to suggest that's not a lot of money, obviously, but it's certainly the amount of money that teams were able to take on. And this is just going to fuel the fire because it's another big name going to the Dodgers, and the Dodgers have seemingly every big star available. But in terms of what it really means for like lockout implications, not nearly as much as it would another major free agent signing like Diaz or Tucker, right? So we like to point at the Dodgers for ruining baseball. I'd like to point out that last year the Mets spent more than the Dodgers. And what are the Mets doing right now? They're selling. They just traded Freddie Peralta. So you can spend as much as you want. And certainly teams like markets in Los Angeles and New York are going to be able to spend more than teams like Cincinnati or St. Louis, just based on market size. I get that. But this is always going to be the owners locking out the players. And Skubal going to the Dodgers, the owners may think is a point in their favor because fans are going to look at that and just see another big name on this club. But really, in terms of what it takes to get that deal done, this is one of the less egregious things.
Katie, great stuff. We appreciate you joining us here today and all of your coverage at The Athletic of the Dodgers. Enjoy the rest of the season, and we'll hope to catch up with you again soon.
You got it, guys. Thanks so much for having me. Have a great day.
You
Thanks,
too.
Katie.
Katie Wu covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, and you just see how the narratives are setting up on either side of this, Kate, of the Dodgers and other teams like them saying, well, yeah, you could have made this deal too, and everyone else around baseball saying, yeah, we could have, but it would have hamstrung us financially, or it would have hamstrung our prospect pipeline, and that's going to be at the crux of this battle between the players and the owners going forward into the offseason.
Yeah, but I mean, what Katie mentioned is the player development for the Dodgers is among the best in the league. Like, that's why they have such a deep prospect pool, is because they know how to develop players. And so that's something that, I mean, other teams, it's certainly possible for them to have. You got to get the right people in place there. And unfortunately for those other 29, the Dodgers have the best guys to develop their players.
Top of the hour, we'll talk about what some of these other contenders need to add. The Dodgers have added Skubal. The Rays have added Freddie Peralta. What about the Brewers, who lost out on Skubal? The Yankees, the Braves, the Cubs. That's coming up at the top of the hour, as the deadline is now just about 24 hours away in Major League Baseball. But coming up next, shots fired in what is just a constant battle between the Power Two in college football. We'll let you hear exactly what was said earlier this week at Big Ten Media Days next here on Westwood One Sports. Shots fired at Big Ten Media Days. Somebody took out a pair of big brass ones and threw them right up on the podium. We'll let you hear what he said for yourself in just a second here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Back into the trade deadline at the top of the hour and what contenders need to add in the next 24 hours. You've got a 6-way tie atop the leaderboard right now at the Rocket Classic at Detroit Golf Club, and most of these guys in that pack still haven't even reached the turn, so it could be a really interesting back nine. You want to get in on it at BetMGM. There's a golf odds boost token waiting for you to use it. All you got to do, download that BetMGM app. If you haven't yet, get in there and add a golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win that bet that was made with your odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars inside your BetMGM app right now. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. I love Curt Cignetti, Kate. I already loved him before this, but here's what happened during Big Ten Media Days the other day. Listen for yourself.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Look, maybe we're both way too impartial because we both live in Big Ten country. But they're winning titles, and the SEC is not. And all the reaction to this that I see online from SEC fans and SEC accounts on social media is, oh, an SEC coach would never do that. It's coming. The payback's going to be Curt Cignetti can say this because every time he talks, he backs it up.
Yeah, I mean, you go undefeated. You take an Indiana team who's not a football program, and you win a national championship. You can kind of say whatever you want, and I think people respect Curt Cignetti. I mean, even more so than they already do for his coaching, but because he says stuff like this, like he's not afraid to kind of poke the bear a little bit. And if you look at the raw numbers, Chris, I mean, he's not wrong. The Big Ten's won the last 3 national championships. They have a 13-5 record in the college football playoff over the last 3 years, and they're 4-0 against SEC teams over that span as well. So, yeah, while the SEC maybe is a little bit more balanced and the Big Ten maybe a little bit more top heavy, like the Big Ten's been winning titles, and the SEC stop talking about winning titles and actually go do it, and maybe it'll be a different conversation.
Yeah, and you make a good point. The SEC is deeper than the Big Ten. I don't think we can argue that. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if Indiana is, again, a national title contender this year. You make a change at quarterback, right, even if you bring in an experienced transfer. Just winning the Big Ten title and getting back to the playoff, I think, would be looked at as another wild success for Indiana this year. And they don't have, outside of Ohio State and Oregon, really any national title contenders. But, I mean, they do have them. And they are there every single year with, to your point, 3 national champions in a row, or teams at the very least in the conversation, while you see programs like Georgia and Alabama, who are kind of like the standard bearers for the SEC, hitting these speed bumps and rough patches over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of blanking off the top of my head, but outside of Georgia and Alabama, what other teams in the SEC? I know LSU, but like it was Alabama winning forever, and then it was Georgia winning forever. And where in the Big Ten, you have 3 different teams over the last 3 years. So a little bit more parity versus just having those 2 powerhouses for the majority of the last, I don't know, 2 decades, 3 decades. Maybe that's a stretch. But, I mean, having a couple different teams in the Big Ten winning versus the 2 powerhouses, I think that's pretty impressive as well.
I do too. And I think, look, the highlight for the SEC this year might really be week 3 when Lane Kiffin takes LSU back into Oxford, Mississippi. And that's not a knock on the SEC. The SEC, like I said, is very deep. They could have 4 or 5 playoff teams, but I don't know if Kalen DeBoer is going to finally get over the hump at Bama after getting absolutely waxed by Indiana in the Rose Bowl last year. I don't know if Kirby can get Georgia back to a national championship game, but as deep as the SEC may be, like you said, go win a title, and then we'll talk. Coming up, what the contenders need to add at the deadline tomorrow. That's
this
next.
is West.
Tarek Skubal is an LA Dodger. Freddie Peralta is now a Tampa Bay Ray, and the MLB trade deadline is now just a little more than 24 hours away. And we've got you covered right up until the very bitter end, and then obviously beyond and down the stretch and into the playoffs here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks to all of our affiliates all over the country. Multiple texts today from fired up Dodgers fans out in LA, excited listening to the fan out in LA. Obviously, wherever you are, we appreciate you joining us, whether it's on your local affiliate or inside the Westwood One Sports app, inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or maybe on Sirius XM channel 375. We will get into one NFL team that is just totally snake bitten already, just a week into training camp coming up in 20 minutes, and let you hear exactly what their GM had to say about one major injury yesterday. That's on the way. But as for the deadline, Kate, we talked about all those teams earlier that are right on the borderline, within 3 games either direction of the wild card cut line. Teams like the White Sox, the Padres, the Pirates maybe, and whether they should or be buying at the deadline and what the dynamics of that look like. There are definitely teams that we know should be buying at the deadline because they're in solid playoff position right now. Obviously, the Dodgers adding Skubal, the Rays adding Peralta, but the Brewers, who lost out on Skubal and maybe even lost out on Peralta as well. We don't know. The Yankees, the Braves, the Cubs. Let's kind of roll through each of those teams and talk about what else they could add or what has to get done in the next 24 hours. Let's start with the Dodgers. They added Skubal. I think it's safe to say the Dodgers don't need to do much else except sit back and enjoy the fact that at least for instant ads at the deadline, they've won this deadline.
Yeah, I mean, what else do the Dodgers need on that roster? What else do they need to add, Chris? Like, let's just be done with for the Dodgers. Got Skubal. Let's not get too far ahead of the rest of the pack, even further ahead than they already are, right? Like, let's stand pat and just be done.
It's an embarrassment of riches what they have available to them already. So I don't think if you're a Dodgers fan, you're sweating the next 24 hours. You went out and got the crown jewel of the deadline. You feel pretty good. We can pretty easily move on to then, I think, the other team that's made an addition in the last 24 hours, just a couple of hours ago, actually, the Rays going out and getting Freddie Peralta. Obviously, they lost out on the Skubal sweepstakes, and they make the next move, jumping on Peralta, one of those frontline starters that people believe are necessary. You need to add to your rotation before the deadline. I think the only other thing I would look at with the Rays right now and say maybe they could add would be behind the plate. Probably one of the weaker spots, if not the weakest spot in their lineup. And there are names out there, right? Like we've talked about Goodman from Colorado. Whether the Rockies are willing to deal him or not is still up for debate. And then all of a sudden you've got the Orioles entering the chat in the last couple of days, reportedly listening to offers for Adley Rutschman. That would be, if you're the Rays and you lost out on the Skubal sweepstakes, but you took a step back, reassessed the situation, and got Freddie Peralta, that would be the next spot where I would look to beat out somebody else, i.e. your division rival Yankees, in the catching sweepstakes.
Yeah, I think Rutschman would be a good fit there if they're looking for a catcher. I'm blanking on Rockies. Hunter
Goodman, yeah.
He was scratched from today's game. Is that what Zach
right?
or Grant said? Hunter Goodman's left off the lineup today. So maybe that means he's getting traded. Could that be a fit with the Rays? I've also seen some rumors of Luis Arise. Obviously, that doesn't help the catching standpoint or factor in this, but gives you another bat and someone who can make contact. So it helps the lineup in that sense. But I think if they're going to, adding Peralta hasn't been great this season, but I understand the reasons for them going out and getting another pitcher. But I think Rutschman would be a good if the Orioles are willing to part ways with Adley Rutschman, I think he'd be a good addition.
If they're willing to trade Rutschman within the division, Orioles fans may be apoplectic, and I wouldn't blame them. That would be a statement move, and not the kind of statement move Orioles fans certainly hoped for. I mean, I think they saw themselves, despite the woeful starting pitching depth coming into the year, I think they saw themselves still as a team that could be in the wild card conversation, and they are not. The Rays, for what it's worth, if you can't pry Rutschman away from a division rival, Hunter Goodman would be a hell of a backup plan, just hitting absolute nukes on the regular for the Rockies out at Coors Field. Arise is a great call, too, knowing they could use, like you said, the bat in the middle of the infield. He immediately would plug in and would elevate the rest of that lineup because you can put him near the top. I would imagine maybe between Aranda and Caminero most days, and that would lengthen the rest of the lineup. So that's a great call as well. Like I said, the Yankees, obviously the other team in the AL East, battling with the Rays for the division title and battling for positioning in the AL playoff picture. They're also looking catcher. So this becomes maybe a little bit of an arms race between the Rays and the Yankees. I know the Yankees are also probably looking to add bullpen help. Maybe they just bring Luke Weaver across town from the Mets, but the Yankees should certainly be in on the catching sweepstakes. Again, I don't know if the Orioles are willing to move Rutschman within the division or not, but Hunter Goodman being scratched from the Rockies lineup today definitely puts us on what they call hug watch to see if he departs the Rockies dugout in the middle of this game. As for relievers, I mean, it feels like there's a lot of names out there, whether we're talking about the Yankees, maybe the Cubs. Mason Miller, I think, has been, I don't want to say completely pulled off the market in San Diego, but, I would think if San Diego is going to do anything right now, being right there on the periphery of the wild card race in the National League, A.J. Preller's probably more likely to add than to subtract. For what it's worth, Jamison Tyone, who I think had been DFA'd, this isn't a bullpen piece, but had been DFA'd by the Cubs earlier in the week, has been acquired by the Blue Jays for cash considerations. That one just came down a couple minutes ago. That doesn't help the Cubs at all in their search for pitching depth, both rotation and bullpen. You're closer to it being in Chicago, Kate, so I'll ask you, will the Cubs make a move for a frontline starter with names like Kevin Gausman still out there?
I would like to say yes. They had just designated Tyone for assignment, I believe, the other day. So, I mean, it wasn't really a factor right now, but I think they will and they should add someone else into the starting rotation. I also read earlier today that, I mean, they were kind of out of the Skubal sweepstakes early yesterday, if not the day before. And that's not overly surprising whatsoever for the Cubs to, go after a name like Skubal. But I think, a Gausman could be someone that they go after. They certainly, like, if they want to compete deep into October, I think they have to add someone. They just typically aren't like one of those super aggressive teams at the deadline. I mean, Detmers is out there. They did get
Casey Mize is out there.
Yeah.
I've heard that name.
Mize, I think. I mean, that was Mize was the name I was hearing as, I mean, not for the Cubs, but just across the board. As soon as Skubal was off the table, like Mize was the next one, and you knew the Tigers were going to continue to sell. And I'm shocked we haven't seen anything happen with him yet.
Well, that's what's interesting. Casey Mize and obviously Kenley Jansen in the bullpen too. Two names that, okay, now that the Tigers front office is done fielding the offers for Skubal and they've moved on, are those the next two logical steps for the Tigers to move on from? Because Jansen, I think, could help bolster a bullpen that a contender already feels good about, or a contender that looks at themselves and says, okay, we don't quite have it at the back end of the bullpen. We need to add. Jansen is one of those guys, and that would fit in Chicago too. It's kind of surprising to me that when we talk, Louis Varland is another one in Toronto, to pivot back to the Jays for just a second, as a team that I think probably should be looking to sell. it's interesting to me. I wonder if the news of the Cubs and Jays coming to an agreement on a Tyone deal is that a fallback position from, hey, we couldn't work something out on Gosman or Varland. Okay, well, fine, Tyone, yeah, we'll get that done. Or is it the first step maybe in putting together a larger deal that does involve maybe Varland, maybe Gosman going to Chicago?
That was my initial thought versus, okay, this is a fallback deal of this might be the first domino to fall in something else that's going on between these two teams. Or, I mean, the Cubs getting cash consideration, like what do they put that towards, if anything, those types of things. So that I still think the Cubs will be looking to add someone.
Yeah.
And I think, this is probably just the first start of it, if I had to guess.
The Braves are also in a position where, you'd love to add starting pitching. I said a couple weeks ago, Chris Sale had been keeping them afloat through really a rough month or so. They still have the lead in the NL East, and due to the Phillies' struggles, the Phils haven't really been able to catch up to them in the NL East. But it's really Chris Sale. Bryce Elder has been good at times, but the rest of that rotation is not really playoff ready. So I have to think Atlanta is probably in on Rogers, Gausman, Mize as well. I've even heard, George Kirby's name has been thrown out there, at least in relation to the Brewers specifically. I think, look, I would hate to be a Mariners fan. And I don't mean that in any detrimental way towards the city of Seattle, a beautiful town. But, like, you're this close a year ago. And it feels like somehow, rather than building off of it, you are right back where you were before that, when the starting rotation couldn't find its consistency and you still don't have the bats with Cal Raleigh falling off this year. I still don't know, though, if the Mariners could look at it and be like, okay, we're going to sell now. We're going to move on from one of these starters.
Well, I don't know why they really would. Like you said, they were right there last year, and they were one of the teams that it was their, if I remember correctly, it wasn't necessarily their pitching or their defense, rather, that was the problem in there. It was their offense, that they didn't have enough hitters, enough bats. And so all of a sudden now, 1 year removed from that, and you're looking to move a number of the pieces that made you good last year. That seems odd.
Yeah. And that Kirby would be the guy. Like, I get it to an extent because he's been inconsistent this year and they've been running with this 6-man rotation. And maybe they don't see themselves as a contender, even if they were able to sneak in as a wild card. But that's interesting to me, that there would be any level of interest from Seattle in giving up on one of those starters, even if they do feel fairly deep in the rotation right now. Just to stick with the Braves for a second, because we were talking about starting pitching and they definitely need some. They've also been talking about shortstop. It also pivots the conversation back to the AL West, because all of a sudden the Astros have reinserted themselves into the conversation, and Jeremy Pena may have been one of those shortstops that if a team was looking to add middle infield bats like the Braves may be looking to do, I don't know if the Astros are necessarily looking to deal now, all of a sudden being back in the conversation, not just in the AL West, but in the AL wild card as well.
Wait, you're saying that the Astros will be buyers?
I don't know if they're buyers.
Right now?
I don't know if I'm the Astros, like, I look at it as, okay, the roster that we've had in front of us has gotten us back into the conversation over the last month, right? And people were talking about us as sellers 4 or 5 weeks ago. Maybe we're not either right now. Maybe for the Astros, you just stand pat and hope that what you've been able to do over the last few weeks is enough to carry you, maybe not just to a wild card appearance, but maybe you even steal the division, in a division where the Rangers were rolling for a while, but you've caught them. The Mariners can't figure out what the heck is what they are. And maybe you steal the AL West by simply not doing anything, not buying or selling.
Well, okay, so Chris, I'll be honest, the Astros were not a team that I had really looked into too much in terms of adding stuff, but like just a quick little search here of like who would be good fits for the Astros. And I'm coming up with Lars Nootbaar. Is he someone that could be?
Yeah, his name's been thrown out there, and people, the Cardinals being sort of a little ahead of schedule, maybe. Look, the Cardinals they have Cardinals devil magic. They're always right there in the conversation every year, even when they're quote unquote rebuilding or retooling. And JJ Weatherholt, Jordan Walker, they have young pieces, but probably still a year away from being really seriously in the playoff conversation in the National League. I don't know if I'd be racing to trade Lars Nootbaar if I were the Cardinals front office, but they always do such a great job of replenishing the system. Maybe it's that kind of deal that makes sense.
Well, here's another one that I've seen thrown out, and this is a team that we talked about as being sellers, is the Blue Jays. What about Dalton Varsho? Yeah. He's someone, and I'm seeing his name linked to the Phillies as well, if the Phillies want to add someone.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a bat to add to the outfield mix, which I definitely think the Phillies are, then Varsho makes sense. Who else could we be talking about? There are outfield bats out there that could be had. Joe Adell, I mentioned Nito with the Angels. Maybe I think Adell is probably the prize piece if you're looking to add an outfield bat. But for whatever reason, Artie Moreno and the Angels front office just refuses to ever go into full-on sell mode. I can understand if Mike Trout comes to them and says, hey, I don't want to play anywhere else. Tell teams that I'm not available. Okay, it's Mike Trout. It's the face of your franchise. And if he's happy there, you do that. But to then step all the way back like Homer Simpson walking backwards into the bushes and say, no, we're not interested in trading anybody at the deadline seems silly for a team that has to pivot and has to figure out a rebuild because this current course that they've charted is going nowhere in Anaheim.
Well, Chris, it's been going nowhere for years now.
Forever. Yeah. Since the Anthony Rendon move.
I don't know. And I guess it's because LA fans also have the Dodgers. And I mean, if the Angels aren't doing great, you just kind of, switch your hat and go over to Dodger land. But I don't know how the fan base isn't more up in arms over how terrible this organization has been for so long. And I know they had Ohtani for a while, and that's probably what kept people engaged. And you still have Trout, but at some point, I mean, even employees within the ticket sales and communicate, don't they want an organization that wins something? So yeah, I understand Mike Trout maybe not wanting to move, but doesn't mean you can't tear it all down around him. He's already on a losing team that loses the majority of the time. It's not like he's going to be extra frustrated if they keep staying the same within the win and loss column. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think Adele could get you a decent haul in an otherwise, I think, pretty thin market for impact bats in this deadline. It's all about the arms. If you were willing to move on from him, I got to think, we talked about the Phillies as one of those borderline teams, but a couple of key moves and a hot streak, and they're right there with those contenders that we started this segment talking about. And they're right there with the Braves, with the Brewers, the Cubs, the Dodgers, maybe not the Dodgers, but they're right there in the conversation as far as being able to get themselves to at least an NLCS and see what happens. So I wonder sometimes, and this is one of those days where I'm happy that we're on the Fan in LA, because 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I'd love to hear from just baseball fans in LA who don't consider themselves especially crazy Dodgers or Angels fans. They haven't been growing up wearing Dodger blue since they were 5 years old. They're just baseball fans in LA. Do you even every spring consider the Angels? Or if you start the year rooting for the Angels, do you then at a certain point just turn around and go, yeah, okay, that was fun for 3 weeks. If I'm going to watch baseball, I'm going to watch the Dodgers. Is there something about the Angels fan base that is just so, for lack of a better way to put it, apathetic, that the Angels don't feel the pressure to tear things down to the studs, tear things down to Trout, and start all over?
They're just happy to be there, Chris. Maybe that's what it is with Angels fans. You just want a fun day at the ballpark. you want to go have a hot dog, some popcorn, and a soda, and like it's just relaxing, and you go, there's no expectations. You don't go home disappointed at the end of the day if the Angels lose. Maybe it's those types of people that are fans of the Angels, because you can kind of temper your expectations more. I'm sure there's like diehard Angels fans that have been fans, that go back generations in the family, and those are more of the people who are rooting for. Every fan base has those types of people, but I don't know if I could be an Angels fan, Chris. It's been pretty brutal, and that's coming from a White Sox fan.
Yeah. Seriously, you've got a White Sox fan and a Pirates fan talking to you right now. We know disappointment, we know dread, we know sadness. They exist as inextricable strands in our baseball fan DNA. So do Angels fans feel the same way? I don't know. Tarek Skubal is going to the other LA team, and we will continue to keep you updated on everything going on around the Major League Baseball trade deadline that is now just a little bit more than 24 hours away. But coming up, we're going to go up the coast a little bit, because one team has just been absolutely crushed by injuries at a position where they already weren't doing really well. And now a guy is done for an extended period of time. You'll hear what the GM had to say about it next, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We're only a week into training camps around the NFL, but already you're seeing teams have to deal with injuries. We talked Chiefs earlier with Bob Fesco of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. We will pivot to a team on the West Coast in just a second here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Yes, injuries are just a part of training camp, unfortunately, but I don't know if any team has been bitten more by the injury bug or maybe in a more impactful way through just 1 week of training camp than the San Francisco 49ers, Kate. John Lynch yesterday explained the decision for Ricky Pearsall to go have knee surgery after they had hoped that it wouldn't come to that.
The decision was made to go with a non-operative deal. I had a PCL myself, second or third year in the league, and that's kind of the way that things go. It's going to be a struggle to get through that year. You get to the offseason, and most resolve themselves without surgery.
That was John Lynch yesterday talking about how they managed Pearsall's knee injury in the offseason. It didn't go well. Now he will have the surgery and will be out for the year. And this is a team that wasn't especially deep at wide receiver to begin with, Kate. Yes, they went out and signed Mike Evans, but Mike Evans is not getting any younger. They let Juwan Jennings walk after those two couldn't decide on what he was actually worth. Now he's in Minnesota. They brought in Christian Kirk. They drafted Dejon Stribling, who I think got dinged up in the last couple of days as well, and then went out and brought Deebo Samuel back. That's how thin they are getting. And I'm not a Deebo hater by any means. I think Deebo in the right spot where he's not being asked to play a lot of snaps and doing what Deebo does, the little jet sweeps and pop passes and things like that can still be useful. But if they go into the season with a receiving core of Evans and Samuel, and I guess Evans, Kirk, and Samuel, I don't know how confident I feel in the Niners offense to not take a big step back.
Yeah. I mean, Ricky Pearsall, what a tough blow for him through his first, 2-3 seasons in the league. The getting shot his rookie year, only played 9 games last. Like that's tough. And he's supposed to be kind of that vertical guy, the speed, downfield threat, separation. Who do you have for that role? Deebo is not filling that role.
Nope.
I mean, Christian Kirk, Mike Evans, sure, but they all, they're, dare I say, old. They're younger than I am, but they're for a wide receiver. They're slowing down. Back half of their career, it's tough. I think bringing Deebo in, he has familiarity with Kyle Shanahan. He has familiarity with the offense. That's obviously a plus, but doesn't have the same pop he used to. George Kittle. Not only having him in there as to catch passes at a tight end, but more importantly for Kittle is the blocking aspect. And you won't have Kittle likely to start the season at all, recovering from that Achilles injury. It feels like the offense and especially the receiving core is kind of just being pieced together with some masking tape or whatever to kind of fill holes where it's not exactly the same type of offense when Deebo was at his prime and Kittle was at his prime. And Mike Evans at his prime back in Tampa, those types of things. Those aren't the same play. On paper, it looks like they have some good names, but these aren't the same guys that we have expected tons of high stats from.
Yeah, and you could say the same thing on defense too, right? They didn't spend a good amount of draft capital on the defensive side of the ball, really at all. They were all depth picks. Nick Bosa's not getting any younger. Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, they're not getting any younger. So the front seven, if you want to talk about piecing things together MacGyver style with duct tape and paper clips and bubble gum, you could say the same thing about the front seven and really the entire defense. This is a team that could not afford a rash of injuries, and you can make your practice facility next to the electrical substation jokes now if you want. But like, it's continuing. It's still happening. And they are not built to withstand all of these injuries. They just don't have the depth. And so, like, if you were asking me to buy or sell stock on NFL teams just 1 week into training camp, I would be selling Niners stock. I would be eating the loss, and, sunk costs are what they are, and I'm moving on. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Who else, Kate? Are there other teams out there that right now, we're a week into training camp. We haven't even played a preseason game yet. We're still a few days away from the Hall of Fame game. Teams that you would be looking to buy or sell stock in right now based on maybe not just what you've seen the first week of training camp, but what you've seen throughout the offseason as well.
I'm gonna buy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm gonna buy stock in the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, their offense is gonna be just as good as it was last year. Their offense is gonna be legit. If their defense is any better, and I think they do have some good pieces on defense. Your guy, Caleb Downs, Chris, I know you like him this year. Like, if their defense can improve, I mean, it wasn't great last year, so it would need quite a bit of improvement.
It's a low bar, yeah.
Exactly. I think that the Cowboys are someone that I would certainly want to be buying into right now.
Yeah, I mean, they went out of their way to try and improve the defense, not just with, I want to say, 5 picks in the first 4 rounds that were all spent on defense, not just Caleb Downs. Malachi Lawrence, LT Overton, I think, is a great depth pick as well. But then the free agency signings as well. Rashawn Gary, D. Winters. Neither one of those were free agency, trades. But they signed Kobe Durant as well for the secondary. So they've spent their entire offseason trying to patch together that defense. So I'm with you. I do expect more out of the Cowboys this year because you know what the offense is going to give you. Can I throw a team out there for someone I think I want to buy stock in right now that may sound a little bit crazy, but we've already talked about their division just a little bit today? I think the Saints. I was not a big Tyler Shuck fan with him coming out, but what you saw from him down the stretch last year, they drafted Jordan Tyson. Chris Olave got his contract extension this week. Juwan Johnson is Mr. Dependable at tight end. And then you go out and sign Achan, however we're supposed to say it as well. Kamara, if he's only being asked to be a complimentary back, maybe almost a third down role, I still like him in flashes, not as an every down back. Like, there's question marks on the defense, no doubt. The Brian Bresee injury earlier this week is major. But just from the offensive side of things, in a division where you can win the division with 8 wins, like last year, 9 wins, I mean, this offense could really grow a lot this year if Shuck takes that next step forward. I would buy some Saints stock right now, I think.
Yeah, Chris, I was on BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle earlier in the week, and we did an exercise of like some stunners that could have good seasons, and the Saints were one of my picks because it would be a little stunning for the Saints to like go out and win the division, but also at the same time not really. I think if Shuck, there's been a lot of hype around him towards the back half of the year, and he proved like he was playing really well to close out the season. If he continues that this off season or this training camp leading into the year, and again, it's sounding like he is, you look at the rest of that division and you had a sub 500 team win it last year. Like, the Saints don't have to go out there and be crazy. They just have to be good enough. And I think, everything you just laid out there, with as long as Tyler Shuck is even just a little bit better than last year, I certainly think that they could be a team to be buying. A team to be selling in that division, I got to sell the Falcons, Chris. I don't know what the Falcons are doing. Like, they're just going to be brutal. I don't care if it's Tua starting. I don't care if it's Penix starting. I think just the fact that there's so much unknown within the starting quarterback position, with both players kind of dealing with injuries already, that's just, it's not happening for me.
The Falcons are the perfect candidate to get towards the end of training camp and like make a deal for someone else's backup quarterback, because all they need is just, I don't want to say a warm body, but someone somewhat dependable under center with all these weapons. And I think it would be good enough, again, in this division to compete for 9 wins and maybe steal the division. But they don't have that. Penix and Tua are both dinged up already. You have no idea. The starter position at quarterback should never just come down to, okay, whoever's healthy. But we're already at that point on the second day of August in Atlanta. And it's like, it's just going to be whoever's healthy from week to week. And that guy will get the start. And thank God they're both left-handed, so we don't have to flip a bunch of the play calls. And, it's going, all these weapons, Bijan, Pitts, London, you go down the list and they're all going to go to waste for another year because you don't have someone to actually run the offense.
Yeah, that's a shame. I would be not pleased if I were any of those players you just named, because you're right. It does feel like it's going to be a wasted year, kind of once again, for Bijan and Kyle Pitts, who just got paid, got a new contract too. So I have no faith in. I mean, could we be seeing Cooper Rush start at some point this year? Jack Strand? Jack Strand. Oh, well, I've done this before. We've talked about him before on this show, or I think another one on this network, but because I'm like, who's Jack Strand? And then I look it up and I'm like, oh, you're the Minnesota Moorhead kid. I mean, credit to him for making the NFL out of Minnesota Moorhead. We used to have, being from Minnesota, we used to play basketball tournaments up there, and it was like this small town. You'd take a Greyhound bus up there. It was like a hike, and I mean, good for Jack Strand. That's all I got to say.
Good for you, Jack. Camp arm for the Falcons. But yeah, I mean, that's not a wild thing to throw out there that Cooper Rush was going to start games for them this year.
Yeah.
Which is like, sorry, all due respect. And now I can say whatever I want to say because I said all due respect. Cooper Rush ain't it. All due respect, respectfully. So yeah, Atlanta, I would definitely sell Falcons stock as well. We got Grant, one of our producers, day trading Grant in the chat here, buying and selling all sorts of stock, buying the Jags, buying the Broncos, buying the Commanders, selling the Bucks, the Lions, and the Cards. Good luck with all of that. I mean, I just picture Grant in front of like 2 of those massive
17 screens.
Computers. Yeah, screens, like watching little graphs go up and down, day trading all of it. Go get it, brother. Coming up, we will revisit 3 of our favorite moments of the show and maybe get you some bets as well before we wrap up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. And this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. 3 of our favorite moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day on the way before we wrap up here at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Keeping you up to date on everything going on with the Major League Baseball trade deadline. There were Clay Holmes rumors earlier, although I think he's still scheduled to make a rehab start today. There are Luis Garcia Jr. rumors floating around the Nationals and maybe something to the Yankees. Everybody's on hug watch today as the Major League Baseball trade deadline is officially tomorrow at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Thanks to each and every one of you who has joined us at some point during some part of the show on any of our affiliates nationwide, on Westwood One Sports, also inside the Westwood One Sports app and the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it today. Or you can listen on Sirius XM channel 375 as well. Maybe a bet or two to throw at you here in a second before we get to the 3 stars. MLB bets, always better with an odds boost token waiting for you inside the BetMGM app right now. There's an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token. To use either one of those, add MLB bets to your bet slip inside the BetMGM app and then activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either one of them, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Do we have anything to bet on today, Kate? Do you have anything?
Chris, I'm going to go with the Detroit Tigers today over the A's.
Ooh,
this
okay.
isn't we just traded our best player, we are going to throw our towel in for the season bump bet. But Tigers have I don't know. We're going to find out. Tigers have won all 4 games against the A's this year. Over the last 3, almost outscored them by an average of nearly 7 runs. Montero on the mound, I trust him a little bit better. Just that pitching matchup, I like him a little bit more. That's it. That's the reasoning right there. I'm going Detroit Tigers on the money line, which probably is not a great price now that I say that out loud.
It's not terrible. It's a little juicy, minus 130. But
that's not bad. I'm going minus 130. I'm good with that.
Speaking of post-trade bumps or bounces, I'm going to take the Dodgers tonight. Emmett Sheehan is on the mound against the Red Sox. It's Sunday Night Baseball. The Dodgers have not won one of Sheehan's starts since June. They are overdue. And he hasn't pitched terribly. I mean, there's been a bad start. There was one in the mix there against the Phillies out in Philly a couple of weeks ago. But he's pitched well. He just hasn't gotten a ton of support. In 3 of those 4 losses, the Dodgers scored a total of 8 runs. So I think we get a Dodgers bounce today. Everybody will be flying high after the Scooble news. And I'll take the Dodgers on the run line. It's plus 110 if I lay the 1.5 at home tonight against the Red Sox. So I can be mad at the Dodgers for the way they do business, but I can still try and make some money on them by betting them to win tonight. All right, time for our 3 favorite moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day. Let's go.
3. You always ask that question. All right, you got 2 minutes to go. Who's going to be that go-to guy? Or in basketball, who's going to take that last shot? You know, all that kind of stuff that we love to have fun with. And as long as 87's still out there on the field, I think he's the guy. I think he's going to be the go-to guy for the Chiefs. The tight end, obviously, Travis Kelce. And as long as he's playing and as long as he continues to make plays, that's the guy that Patrick Mahomes is always going to look to. But we've all talked about, all right, we need somebody else to emerge because probably after this year, you know, Travis is going to go live his life and, you know, do his off-the-field stuff and just absolutely crush it as a human being off the field. I can't wait to watch everything that him and Taylor do once he's done playing football because I think it's going to be awesome. But, you know, we're all hoping, too, that somebody emerges. I'd love it for it to be Rashee Rice. I'd love it for it to be Xavier Worthy, or maybe it is Cyrus Allen. But we've got to have somebody this year kind of emerge as that go-to guy as Travis gets ready to walk out the door.
Bob Fesco from Kansas City. You can listen to Fesco and Dusty every morning inside your Odyssey app on 96.5 The Fan in KC. Talking about trying not to panic in Kansas City over the depth of their receiving core, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they are fairly confident in some of their pieces here. And also, Chris, sounds like Bob's a pretty big Swiftie. He's pumped for Taylor and Travis, right? Like, that's what I got out of that is Bob's a Swiftie. Travis is crushing it off the field, and Bob's pumped for him.
Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
Mookie Betts said basically playing us is going to be like the World Series for every other team. He was right. Everybody wants to come out and beat the Dodgers, and we saw who won the World Series. So I don't think this really changes anything. I think if you're in the Dodger clubhouse, what you know is what you hear from so many other players this time of year. We hope our front office can do something to help us out, to give us a better chance. And when you play for the Dodgers, you don't have to have that as a hope. Whether it's spending in the offseason or making a trade in the middle of the season, the Dodgers are going to do whatever they can to win. Not a bad feeling to have.
Bill Shaken of the LA Times talking to us about the Dodgers being the bad guys to everybody else in the league. And that's the perception from 29 other fan bases today, Kate. The Dodgers continue to get what they want. What they wanted was Tarek Skubal, and they got him.
Yep. And the Dodgers are even heavier favorites to win the World Series, which is why, when every team is playing them in the postseason, you can get past the Dodgers. Your World Series chances are probably pretty good.
Yeah, they open wide up at that point. Finally, our number 1 star of the day.
1.
It's 3-peat or bust, and you don't go out and make a move like this unless, you're really determined to do that. And the Dodgers have said that since winning their second World Series in 2025, where the goal is to win again. And if they don't, it's a massive disappointment because, you just look at how difficult it is. Their core, which is aging, the prime superstars that they have, they go out and they don't want to take any chances. There's also the very realistic possibility that after this season and a pending lockout and a looming new CBA, that the way the Dodgers operate now will not be permitted in the future. And we're going to see some sort of financial limitations coming into next year. We don't know what exactly that's going to look like, but there's a reason that there's been so much turmoil over this CBA expiring. The Dodgers, to their credit, have done an incredible job at using every single inch permitted by the CBA to make their team one of the best we'll ever see. Nothing they're doing, obviously, is illegal or not permitted under the guidelines of Major League Baseball.
Katie Wu of The Athletic, who covers the Dodgers every day, talking about what they did to land Tarek Skubal. We'll see how much the rules change this winter, Kate.
Yeah, not too many teams probably pretty pleased with the Dodgers right now, so I think change might be coming, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very contentious offseason in Major League Baseball. Josh Graham up next here on Westwood One Sports. Thanks to Zach, thanks to Grant, thanks to Max, thanks to Jude on the board. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Keep it right here for all the latest on the deadline. It is Westwood One Sports.